What's up, everybody? Everybody. There's nobody here. Everybody. If anybody listens back, I guess, live stream or whatever. But if anybody is awake and can't sleep, um, I've decided I'm just doing this no questions asked anymore. If anybody wants to come in that normally, um, whatever, if there's any like animosity between us, just to chat about whatever might be on your mind, you know. It doesn't mean, that we gotta be besties or anything at all, but, just for the fucking sake of getting along, just no questions asked. Even if there is something that you wanna question, you can. You know what I mean? So it's not like, but I'm trying, hey, ministry, how you doing? Thinking about you earlier. Yeah, just for the sake of everybody getting along, even though, not like, you know, I don't know. It's sad, though, that people couldn't have just, um, like, if you hear something about somebody, or if you think something, or you see a clone somewhere, just ask the people, or, somebody had said to me if I knew who somebody was, I wouldn't be commenting back with them. But if they know who it is, and they're, my friend, and they don't want something pulled over, the wool pulled over my eyes, tell me. Not like I'll throw you under the bus. I'm not like that. You know what I mean? Not you. I'm not talking like directly to your ministry. I'm just talking in general. I don't know. So, not much is new. What'd you do tonight? Anything? Are you just now getting on YouTube? Were you like sleeping and couldn't sleep or something, ministry? I just got to get back to those trivia things and topics and everything. We all say that. It's so hard, though. Hi, Tommy Highway. How are you? Mhm. It's nice to see you. Nice to see both you in ministry. Usually I have no mods in here. Now I have two. I don't have any mods really left anymore. You, ministry, Dominic. Yeah, I've been bouncing around watching different things on YouTube. Too high to sleep. Someone was on tonight talking about, Ben. He was asking about the moon landing if we thought that the moon landing was real. I myself, I'm not a big space person, so I don't really, I don't know, hasn't been something I've researched. I don't know enough on the topic to talk about it. I'd like to come up with some kind of topic, so it wouldn't be bad to do that thing about Art Bell we were talking about, Tommy, if you're still here. The only thing like that I think sounds, like I said, I don't know enough on it, but that I heard what I think it was the Russians, right? Where they trying to get there before us or something, and that it was faked because they had gotten there before us. That was the only thing that I heard about it, but I don't really know enough about it. What date is the that Great Barrington thing gonna be on? Maybe I'll tell my daughter about it. She was telling me today that her job on the weekends, because she's got a full time job, but her job on the weekends, she's got cake job. She's got really good, not cake like easy, but because it's not easy because she works full time plus works on the weekend, you know. But she goes to what she does is like the promotions for certain liquors and stuff. Like during the week, she does a different job. I'm like, I don't know, customer, I don't know, something. Oh, really? I used to know somebody whose family friend was Kari Yastrzemski. They had a shitload around the house, like signed from the Yavs, you know? So did he come over and eat dinner or anything? Like, was he that close? But yeah, oh, no, I haven't. But you know what I've always wanted to go to? I think it's in Charleston, that seafood festival. I've always kind of wanted to go to a garlic festival too. I'm gonna drop the link just in case anybody is interested in coming up. Just I'm not, it's fine that there's not like a big group in here or anything because I don't. Um, did he really? Is that how you got interested in UFOs, or it was because? Now I don't know what ministry's take is on UFOs. I'd be interested to know. So, like, did you have conversation? Like, do you remember anything particular? Like, do you have his autograph? Not that. I mean, I absolutely believe you. I'm not asking because of that. You know what sucks is when you get an autograph from somebody. Like, I had never even realized that this was, and I know she's not like this huge person, but Anne Murray, um, see, so Ministry does have some thoughts on it. Look at Ministry's dog. How cute is that picture? That dog is so cute. Um, Holy fuck. I think I've started three stories and haven't finished one. Oh, I know what it is. What, Anne Murray? Oh, you were a teenager then? But it was Anne Murray. And my daughter, now I'm a Anne Murray fan. But my daughter, who was little, at that time, they had this Anne Murray singing inspirational classics. And they were consistently playing the ad for it on the Camp Cartoon Network. And so my daughter just loved it. Loved it. So I ordered it for her and she was, really into it. And now remember, she was only like 5 or 6. And then Anne Murray was coming to concert at the casino in Connecticut. So I got tickets because, I like Anne Murray too. So when we got there, our my daughter had drawn this picture. It was supposed to be her on standing on one of the chairs in the audience, handing Anne Murray a flower. It was just like this little, like almost like pencil drawing, or like just very simple but cute. Like Anne Murray's on the stage reaching out to the audience, and she's handing her a flower. So I said to the guy that was at the door, I said, can you give this to Anne Murray? I said, my daughter's a big fan, do you get a chance to get back there and, whatever? And he said, yeah. So I said, would you mind giving her this picture? My daughter drew it, mind you, she was with me. And he looks at her, and she was the only little kid there, right? And um, he said, is she really that big of a fan of Anne Murray? And I said, oh, yeah. I said, we both are, really, I said, but she loves her. And he goes, wow, I think that she's the youngest fan I'd ever seen. So he says, how are your seats? And they were really nosebleed seats. So, come on, you simmer down. So you guys can hear my dog. He's such a little jerk. So she said, I says to him, they're kind of nosebleed seats, and they were pretty bad. And he goes, well, let me see what I can do. And then, so he got us these great seats, and then he said, you know what? I'm even gonna do one a little better. He says, gives us a meet and greet with Anne Murray. So doesn't my daughter say? Um, my daughter is young, okay? So please, she said, she, Anne Marie, is backstage and she's standing there chatting with like 6 people, and me and my daughter, and all in a circle. And my daughter said, you're a lot, you look a lot older. You're a lot older than I thought. Oh, my freaking cat is a jerk. Something like, you're a lot older than I thought, and something about wrinkly knees. Now, my daughter is not, no, maybe she just said, I don't know, something about not looking the same as when she's on TV. Hi, Tommy. I mean, bye, Tommy Highway, then. Have a great night. I bet if you left my live on, you'd fall right asleep. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. Oh, the date, though. The date that guy is going to be on your show. Do you know what it is? Must be coming up soon, right? It's in July. Um, and yeah, I to talk to you about the you guys coming on and talking and everything. You and Tim. Um, yeah, that's fine. Whatever you want to do. You know. You did? Why don't I get notification? I did what Tim said. Double press. So your nights are Thursday and Saturday. Are they Thursday and Saturday? Because I felt like that it wasn't Thursday and Saturday. I felt like it was just one night a week. Hot nights, and I'll drop the link. And tell me the date of that other thing, that Great Barrington one. Yeah, but Anne Marie said, oh, from the mouth of babes. That's what Anne Marie said. I was so embarrassed. She said, oh, no, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I was embarrassed. Here, I'm going to drop the link for that. So this is the channel that Tommy Highway does with UFO Man. That's the link for it, in case anybody is interested. Yeah, Anne Marie was really nice about it because I was really appalled. Still here, Ministry. So, what was the thing you were telling me about in Bristol, Rhode Island? If you're still here. Have you been to that seafood festival in Charleston? Is it Charleston? Charleston? Is it good? Well, you wouldn't tell me to go if it was bad, right? You should go. It's rotten. You know what else sucks that you should go to? No. You can come up if you want. It's up to you. Ministry. Oh, really? Hmm. That's pretty cool. When was the last time you had been? Probably a while ago, huh? Oh, have you guys heard something fall earlier in my camera? Oh, you've never been? Oh, to the seafood festival or the parade? Which one? You can come up if you want. Nobody like. Oh, you're laying in. Oh, that's nice. Oh, neither one. Uh huh. You was son that you always wanted to go to. I'm assuming. That's nice. Is he a snorer? Because that's always tough. That's like you gotta go to. I would imagine have to go to sleep before um they go to sleep, kind of thing. But I always hope you could, because I know people that they actually you're getting what you getting them in the sheets. Awesome. um, he rolls over and gets pricked with a potato stick. He is a snorer. Do you? You know that's a resolution, I guess, right? That can resolve that issue. Definitely would. I didn't even think of that. Earplugs. Didn't even think of it. They don't bother you when you sleep in them? At least you know nothing's going to crawl in your ears. That's something good, right? Do you have any other animals besides your dog? I wonder if Debbie's awake. I know she just posted a video of it a while ago. Pretty good job. It's like her friend in Australia, Spaceman, I don't remember him, and doing like a tour in his town. I'd like to go to Australia, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think I'm scared to go in anywhere. Rosa doesn't like cats, no. You tried? Did you bring home a kitten before or something? Oh, the Australia one? Yeah, I wish she was awake. I like Debbie too. I like her. And some people like no matter how much you, but I just want to get along. But sometimes you just fight with people, but you can get along again, and it's better that way. I feel like, anyway. Oh, well, that's what you got to do. What you have to do is get her. This is what you have to do, okay? In order to get her to get along with the cat. Because this is what I did. Well, it wasn't the dog though. It was my other cat getting along with people or anybody. My cat Tucker. he was like kind of not friendly. So um, I had to think, okay, how can I bring out a little more sensitivity in this in this dog? I mean cat. I'm sorry, in this cat. Oh, the cat in the house first. Was it a boy? So it was a boy. Yeah. See, what I think. This is what I like did with my cat Tucker. He's a boy, but I always think with animals, you gotta, unless they're like you get them together, like if they're two dogs and they're brothers. But I always feel like if you get a male, like, and your dog is small, so I think if your dog was big and didn't like cats, I mean, no, still I would think either one. I think for a big dog could be good, like a boy or a girl. But for like something that's small and could end up being smaller than whatever you bring in the house. Like with Tucker, what I did was I got a kitten, and a kitten that had not been in the pound, one that was, tiny, 6 weeks old, right when they're ready to go. And you know what was funny was, well, I'll tell you, I'll get to this before. I'll finish this story and then tell you the next. Um, so I like thought it out, and I was thinking about those movies like Curly Sue, and I think there was another one where like other animals are all people in there. Oh, as long as they don't touch it. That's kind of how Roscoe is with people. Um, but as for like not letting you know, that was how Tucker was. I mean, with people and animals, just like you said. And he didn't even really want to tolerate people. My daughter used to have to come in the house with a coat over her and a spray gun, a spray bottle. Yep, honest to God, for Tucker. Isn't that crazy? Um, and that's the cat, mind you. So I started thinking about those movies about, like where maybe some guy had a daughter somewhere that he didn't know about, and the mother dies, and then they end up with the little girl. And so I said, okay, so to bring out more sensitivity, I would get a little kitten, one that had not been in the pound, so that it didn't have any bad memories. Something like brand new. And a girl, because I didn't want to get a boy in case it grew bigger than Tucker. Like you might have the chance of a girl cat that is like a baby, and you get it for Rosa. She might like nurture it, and that way, even if the girl cat grows a little bigger than her, she still loves her as her daughter because she's nurtured her. You know, where if you get a boy cat, he might become aggressive to Rosa or whatever. So I feel like a little girl kitten, not from the pound, one where it's the litter, and see, like Lulu, she was free. It was. I kept thinking about it, and I'm like, and then it would be like he's her dad, and she won't have any rotten memories, so she won't have any bitterness in her. She's like a clean slate for Tucker, and you wouldn't. Oh, okay, all right. The funny thing was Tucker used to do this thing to that song Wipeout. Remember that one? Na 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 na. And the Wipeout. And I would had this like fluffy feather, no, tiny feather boa looking thing on the end of it, and I'd shake it around, and I would like pile, put up his fish shaped scratch and post thing, and then he would like it was like an obstacle, like a little course, and I'd play it, and he would come and and he like na 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 to the music, and like his head would move to the music and everything, and then I'd go hut 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 with the thing, and he'd leap high. Tucker one. So anyway, when I brought home Lulu, when I first went to get her, it was funny because I was like throwing the thought around in my head, but it's hard to find, free kittens and stuff lately. Well, not lately. It was a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago now. So I was talking to a friend, and he goes, "Oh, I saw your post on Facebook about if anybody knows any kittens for free." And he goes, "I'm going to pick two kittens up today from, this house that I saw their ad for free kittens." He goes, "And I think they have some left. I'll call." So I didn't want to like be like, "Oh yeah, I put that up there, but I didn't really want a kitten." I didn't want to be like that, but I didn't expect to get like that response immediately. Like I wasn't prepared for it. I just could have tossed the idea around, that I'd throw it out there. But, like immediately this person's going to pick up kittens that within the hour. And the funny thing was, I had never met the person before either. It was off Facebook. And so, but they knew everybody that I knew from school. Like apparently we had gone to school together. I just didn't remember the person. So, so it was just so fucked up because what happened too was when I pulled into, we were meeting at Friendly's parking lot. If you remember Friendly's, and we were meeting in a Friendly's parking lot to go head up to pick up these kittens. When I pulled in, there was this car with like they were obviously like foreign or something because they were speaking in another language, kind of. So, at the animal said, they put down. Oh God. Isn't that sad? Mostly all pit bulls. You know what? Did you see my videos about Dash and Cashew? Those are both rescue pit bulls, and both of them, Ministry, I swear to God, they are nicer than Roscoe, and probably nicer than Rosa, from the sounds of it. Like Cashew, oh my God, what a sweetie! And my friend said they had gone down to the pound, and they saw, they were looking at the dogs, and all of them were like 350, and here was this pit bull. I don't know if you looked at him. He's like kind of a reddish color. Yeah, yeah, you did. Okay, good. He's kind of like a reddish color, and he was laying, just laying, and he had like the biggest little cage thing too. Not little, it's pretty big. It was pretty big. And my friend, but he was marked a hunt. Oh, Rasca's bitten me too, but he doesn't anymore. He looks like he might want to, but he doesn't. He controls himself. So he was marked at $100. Cashew, that dog that I showed you. What a loving dog he is. I wonder if a lot of the pit bulls that are in there, the reason why they're in there is because they are not fighters. I wonder if people get pit bull puppies and try to make them more fierce just based on the stigma. I'm telling you, his daughter ended up getting one that was like on the internet, and they had to, transport it here. It was like in another state. Did you see the one, Dash, with those eyes? Oh my God, what beautiful eyes. And my friend George goes, because he has it every Wednesday when she goes, because they've slowly been going back to work in the office. And he said, he goes, I swear to God, every time after the Yeah, and I wonder if they don't do their job like according to how somebody who wants them to do their thing, and that's why. And I wonder if those are really gentle pit bulls that are in the pounds. You know, they're not fighters; they're gentle, and they kind of weren't living up to their stigma to whoever got them. Um, but because you really don't see a lot of people like saying, "Oh, I'm going to get a pit bull because they're gentle." You know, people usually who want pit bulls are thinking of them as dark. So the only reason why I could think somebody would be giving it up is because either the owner died or something, or just neglected. Yeah, because they're using them as just for yeah, yeah. And he was inside his little house. I didn't even see him in there. Oh, Jesus Christ, Tucker, you just hit yourself in the head. Um, so, oh my God. Oh, so about cashew. No, that. Oh, my friend George. He was looking at he always, every time he'll like have cashew and Dash. I'm sorry, Dash, the other one. Oh, what a beautiful that. What a beauty. That is one beautiful dog. Those eyes are incredible. Yeah, you can train. Yeah, but maybe you can't. Maybe in their nature, because who the hell is training Roscoe or Rosa to be like a cat? Like, who would buy a Chihuahua and think, "Holy Christ, I can't have anybody over the house. This fucking dog is like brutal, right? Devil dog." And yet, with my friend's dog, that and his daughter's dog, the two pit bulls, Dash and Cashew, I could walk right in. He said it was, first of all, Cashew was the best $100 he ever spent, you know. And then the other one, oh George, he'll go. I had Dash today, and he was just sitting there, and he was just staring into my eyes with those, green eyes or whatever, and they're like a beigey green kind of, and he's like, I swear to God, it's like he can see into my soul, like he's a person or something. And then he had him again last week, and so once again he says, God, I'm telling you, Dash, I don't think I've ever loved anything so much in my life. That's his daughter's dog, you know? So cute though that he fucking, is like, and then the little kids next door, so the people who are thinking that they're bad with little kids, um, they were like, when's the next time Dash is coming, and they're gonna fill up their little kid pool so that he can play in it with them, you know? And that, I'm telling you, I'd be more scared of a German Shepherd. Small dogs are, yeah. What do you usually get? You know what else is a cute dog? Is boxers. Those are cute. Dogs are cute. Everything's cute. Huh. Yeah, he's a good boy. Tucker right now. Let me tell you, in fact, ministry, so I can just bring you to the end of my Tucker story with Lulu. It did work, and Tucker did become gentler, because my cat was fucking here. People would be like, "I'll come over, but hide your cat." My cat literally one time, and he liked the person, but Tucker knew that this person had been, being, harassing the shit out of me because, we broke up and I was like, Jesus Christ, dude, just go away. Oh, really? Yeah. Roscoe's the first dog that I've had at all. See, Tucker, um, he, um, he loves me. He loves me to pieces. But when this person like I dated for a little while, and then of course Tucker got used to them, but then when the guy started yelling and screaming all the time, Tucker was like, what the fuck, you know? Like, wherever Tucker was, if he heard this guy screaming on the cell phone, on the speakerphone or something, he'd come in because he was ready to freaking protect me. And so one time the guy shows up, uninvited, of course, but what he would do is like yell and scream in my hallway of my apartment. So eventually you're like, oh God, fine, just come in. You don't want him in, but you know. So Tucker, I could see him. Tucker was that now Tucker had, instead of hearing him on the speakerphone, here he was right in his sight. Oh, Tucker, gets up on. I can see Tucker while this guy is sitting there on the couch, cocky and shit, looking at me. And I can see Tucker behind him coming up real stealth. And he hit him. Tucker hit him. Like, he didn't claw him. He hit him. He punched him, like, he pawed his head like a punch. Like you could hear it. Like 4 or 5 times, the guy's head moved forward. That's how hard Tucker did it. Not scratch. He punched him in the back of the head 5 times in a row. Fucking guy's head was bouncing back and forth. Ooh, 4 guinea pigs. I've never had a bird, and I've never had guinea pigs, but I used to have hamsters and teddy bear hamsters. Oh, I wouldn't have those either. Oh, you gotta feed them bugs and shit, right? Oh, God, no. Oh, I just get the chills thinking about it. Oh, those fucking bugs running around in there. Oh my God, covered in that powder and shit. Oh, God, I couldn't do it. Fun to watch, but nothing I want to be, like, in charge of. Nah, and I always think if I had a parrot, I'd probably drive it crazy. Like, the parrot would pretend it couldn't talk. The bird used to bite you? Really? I just feel like it's because, wherever cockatiels fly free. Like, I couldn't imagine, say that if something could fly, but could never fly like it could fly, you know? And they didn't even realize how they could fly. And then one day it escapes out the window or something. And I know they usually say they won't survive, but who knows if they do or not. I've never heard of anybody finding like a dead cockatiel, or I don't even know what a cockatiel looks like. I'm gonna be honest with you. Is that what Beretta used to have? A cockatiel? Did it talk? The guinea pigs were sweet, really? They had their own individual personality. How many did you have at one time? I'm still here. I'm just listening to nothing. I'm waiting for you to talk. Did it poop in your house? You know what I think is amazing? How I know one of the particular things that does it is, well, I believe penguins do it too, and um, monarch butterflies. I know they do it, and I know there's like particular birds and stuff like that. Isn't it strange how? Let's just take the monarch butterfly for instance. I think they fly like over 1,000 miles, to go to like Mexico or somewhere, and it fills up with all these monarch butterflies. And I just think, isn't that so strange how they're born somewhere else and then they follow a pattern that like it's just so strange because we could say, oh well, the other monarchs tell them, right? But don't they die or something? First family was too old. I got him a girlfriend and they had one baby together. Fully formed with fur and was the size of. Do they all come out like that? Isn't that the way should be, right? Or are you saying it was extra large? I'm just gonna look up about the freaking monarch. But I think it would kick me off. I need to get two devices. I really do. Because I always want to look stuff up and, read it with people. And have you been listening to any of the book I've been reading? Be honest. It's a good book. I'm sorry. I just think it is. I have a hard time getting through it. It's all told from the eyes of the dog. Called The Art of Racing in the Rain. Did you watch my phone call recorded videos of Roscoe? Oh, yes, you did, because you said about Rosa and him. Absolutely, you did. Yep, 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 yep. I watched, like, a couple of, well, you know what? I used to watch, you know what was one of, I just don't know, I don't know. She just had one very large baby who was running around the cage after. So, do they usually have more than one? They probably do, right? I wonder if he ate all the other babies. What happened to him, Ministry? I wonder if he ate the other babies. Could you imagine that? I bet I got you typing at full speed, right? Um, did you look it up? Is that possible? Would they do that? Would a baby eat the other baby? Like, did you watch its birth and it was like that? Or was it, no, because they wouldn't have grown fully. I mean, they all died of old age around 7 years old. Oh, so you had the baby till the end, though? With the baby stuck around? He took off, left and flew the coop. Isn't it funny that fucking, why did Beretta want to keep his eye on the sparrow? Didn't he have a fucking cockatiel, like you said? Keep your eye on the cockatiel. The cock. Right? I wonder if it ate the other babies in her stomach. That's insane. And was he nice? Was he a nice gerbil other than eating all his brothers and sisters? And then you looked and there was just, oh, a cockatoo. Keep your eye on the cockatoo. Cockatoo. At least that'd be easier to fucking rhyme than cockatiel. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Yeah. Don't do it. Alright, let's do a little trivia here. He was the only one who was very skittish and would run from us. Probably because he thought you wanted the fucking babies out. He was all like, get in my belly. I know it was a sparrow. I know. What I'm saying is, why isn't that like, okay, I do believe that was written expressively for, hey, Tucker, please stop it. Um, that it would be very, the other night when I was on the phone, on the live stream, Tucker was in there and he was knocking down all kinds of shit. And people, I'm going, Tucker, stop it. And people were going, oh my God, is that Tucker? Is that your cat? What's he doing? Remodeling the kitchen? Oh my God, you should have heard the shit that was fucking he was throwing around. But I do know that it was a sparrow in the song, but I think the song was written for Beretta for the show, right? So why wouldn't they say, instead of sparrow, because he didn't have a sparrow. So they should have been like, keep your eye on the cockatoo. Don't do it. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah, didn't he end up doing time? That was a really weird thing. Now, you know what I find weird is how Marlon Brando, I mean, these fucking guys, right. So why wouldn't they say cockatoo instead of sparrow? Evidently, he didn't have a sparrow. And if I had parrots, I think they, like I said, that I think I might get on their nerves, and they would, oh, straight and narrow. Is that what they said in it? Well, then they'd have to say something else, right? If you don't want cockatoo, we're gonna watch you too with your cockatoo. You'll do life, you won't do a few. Oh, and the going gets narrow. Who are you telling you aren't good at frickin' trivia? You're supposed to steal when the going gets narrow? Is that what they're saying? Like if when the going gets narrow. When the going gets narrow, you get a cockatoo. Too. Only get one, don't get a few. That's what they could have said. Only get one, don't get a few if you're gonna get a cockatoo. Ah, see, I would like a bird that could whistle the theme from Jeopardy. In fact, I would even much better like a bird that could pretend to be Alex Trebek and had his own trivia questions and then whistled the theme from Jeopardy. And when sees me slap the table, makes the sound of a beeper. Oh, God. Yeah, so if I had parrots, I'd be talking to those fuckers all the time. Those poor birds. I'd probably make them come outside with me and fucking drive around and shit, singing. in the car with me. I got a feeling, and then I have two parrots, and they go, woo-hoo, that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. Ah, fucking Tucker just threw my phone down. He was like, you suck. He was like, who sings that song, Tracy? But I know where he's going, because I know where he's going with that. Like, if I said the Black Eyed Peas, he would say, let's keep it that way. So I'm not even going to tell him who really sings it. I'm going to tell him me. That's what I'll do from now on when he asks that question. I'll say, I sing it. And then Tucker will go, oh, let's keep it that way. And then I'll continue to sing. Woo-hoo. Right, Tucker? Oh, God. Tucker is the smallest cat. He's the oldest. He's the oldest of my three pets, but he's the smallest. Poor Tuck Tuck. Poor baby Tuck Tuck with his little white shoes. He's like putting on the Ritz. I told you that he pretended to be a girl for 2 weeks, right? Little fucker. Man, and I'm not even kidding you. You don't even know. He knew. He knew. This cat's been convincing me into shit since I got him. Right, because whenever I said me and Rosa puts her head down and leaves the room, but doesn't do it with Gary. She's all clapping for Gary, giving him a standing ovation, dancing on her hind legs. You grab the karaoke machine mic and you're like, my turn, and she's fucking out of there. Start singing Mexican music to her. That might work. Next time you get up there, go, ay, 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 ay. I am Rosita the Chihuahua. Bark, 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 bark. See how she likes that one. And then get some of those fucking, I do. Lulu has a problem with it. Get those fucking, they're like tap shoes, but they're not tap shoes. They have the heel on it, and the Spanish dancers, what do they call the flamenco? Are they flamenco dancers? Or flamenco? Or flamenco? You know. And yes, absolutely, we had to do an intervention. I have all those videos up. If you go back to my first videos, Tucker tells you about the time he punched somebody in the head, and Roscoe gives a review on Dairy Queen. Lulu, we have the intervention. Well, we decide she's gonna need it. Tucker gets put in jail. You ever see the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode when Carlton and Will got put in jail? You ever see that one? Fucking that shit was funny. That's probably the best episode, I think, of the Fresh Prince. Although I did like all the Fresh Prince episodes. They are pretty funny. Not the ones after Aunt Vivian wasn't there anymore. Even though I think they tried to call her Aunt Vivian, but it was pretty apparent it wasn't her. After Aunt Vivian, I didn't like. I don't know what changed. Oh, I give them. Oh, I give it to them. I do. Never don't give it to your dog. Not good for dogs. One time, the first time that, well, like I gave them catnip near Roscoe, it didn't even occur to me that the dog would eat it. Didn't even occur to me. That little motherfucker was high as shit. I really thought I was gonna have to take him to a vet. I really did. Has your dog ever? Oh, I don't even know if you smoke weed. Do you smoke weed? My dog. My dog, like, yeah, don't. Yeah, it's bad. He was high. People give dogs, if they don't want to give their dogs tranquil, not, like something to calm them down if they're scared of fireworks or thunder, they give them a tiny bit of catnip. Yep, because it works. It has the opposite effect on dogs. Gummies. I don't get high off them things. I'm telling you, I could eat a whole fucking jar of them and just think that I ate some fucking gummies, or eat one of those whole candy bars and just be like, I think one time there was one that it made me laugh and stuff. My friend used to make pot brownie, and she gave me some for Christmas. And homie, you're singing. Well, start giving it some catnip, and you'll have a captive audience for your singing. He'll be sitting there going, "Am I hallucinating this? When is?" And then like a little while later, he'll be like, "Yeah, she's all right." Or you have a she. He'll be like, "She's all right, I guess." Getting into it. Like a hippie. You gotta sing it like, "The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind," and set a fan up. The dog's all high, laying on a blanket like it's at Woodstock, wearing a tie-dye t-shirt. This fucking ministry playing a fake guitar, like with the record playing behind her, but you got like fucking a fucking bandana on, your own little t-shirt on. You're like, "The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind." Oh my god! Remember that I think it was Happy Days or something, and Richie was gonna become a beatnik, and was it Happy Days? And they go to like the beatnik bar, and they're out just snapping. They didn't clap anymore. They would just snap or something. The guy had the beret on, and his poetry really sucked. Imagine you're a freaking kid getting so famous that you were like, like Ron Howard, and even their other kid is famous. But I don't think, I'm not sure if he came from like a famous Hollywood family, or if, because I know he used to, I watched like a thing on him where he would um, film on his Super 8, and he would make his brother, be the actor in him. And I also read that Quentin Tarantino, who is, I'll tell you who's rolling in it, Steven Spielberg, and he had adopted, get this, ministry. And I'm not judging anybody, in my opinion, I'm just saying, he had adopted this, like girl, because at first, I don't think they could have kids. Well, first of all, let's not forget that he left his wife when he was making there was a Indiana Jones movie, and he left his wife for K Capshaw. His wife was what? Amy? Was it Amy something? Was the one from Carrie, the movie Carrie. I'm all over the place with stories tonight, huh, Ministry? Amy, oh my god, what was her name? She was in Carrie. Anyway, so he adopts this, they do, adopts a daughter, and she wants to be a stripper. She wants to be a YouTube, um, like a YouTuber, not YouTuber, sorry, not YouTuber, internet, like porn star or a stripper. I don't know. All I'm saying is he has like $6 billion. I mean, he bought a yacht that was worth 9 million or something like that. He's like the richest. No, it wasn't. It was Sissy Spacek in Carrie. But remember the girl at the end that was walking and the supposed to be Carrie's hand comes out. What the hell is her name? I wrote it down because it was supposed to be like in my little trivia thing I wanted to do. Obviously, I want to get this answer right, right? Amy, oh my God, what's it? And in fact, um, she, oh God, what the hell was her name? Or maybe Anne, something. Look up Carrie. Okay, let me look. I'll look. No, I wrote the shit down. Where's my little notebook? My notebook is almost off to all the pages. Isn't that crazy? More stuff falls. I don't even know where my notebook is. My fucking animal's probably hidden on me. They're like, I'm sick of your notebook. I don't, I don't, I got all my notes in there. Look it up for me. Oh my God. Alright, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I wouldn't even get trivia right if we were playing. Look at that. 9 hours ago. I'm going to share this, Ministry. Ministry. Yeah, I'm sharing this, Ministry. UFO over Lake Michigan. You live near there? I wish I could play I wish I had a second to, well, I couldn't really play his video. Frickin' Tommy Highway could have. Tommy Highway could have played it for us. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Don't do cockapoo. Oh, cockatoo. Cockapoo. 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 Amy Irving. Yep, exactly. So, get this. So they go out Because you know when he something to do with like they were out to eat and they had their prenuptial agreement on a cocktail napkin. And so now, but mind you, he wasn't worth the billions he is now, okay? But when he cheated on Amy Irving with Kate Capshaw and Lester, what's his name there? Steven Spielberg tried to use that prenuptial agreement. But she had been tipsy. This is what the judge said. This is like one of the only times that a prenuptial agreement didn't work. She had been tipsy, where Steven Spielberg didn't drink that night, and he had his attorney there for some reason. I wonder how he sprung that on. I wonder if the guy like was pretending to just be eating in the same restaurant, you know, and because I mean, it just seemed like Steven Spielberg was trying to be a little shady there or something, especially since he was the one that was cheating on her and shit. And Amy Irving didn't have an attorney present because I don't even think she was expecting to be having to sign a prenup in a restaurant on a napkin. She probably thought he was like all kidding around and shit. I mean, I'm sure she would have signed a prenuptial, but he probably thought she was all kidding around. Now, and I'm not saying there's nothing wrong, that there's anything wrong with wanting to be a stripper. I'm just saying that I find it odd. But she totally is this girl, the one that's the adopted daughter of Steven Spielberg. Like, I think he tries to like support her in her things that she wants to do. But she's like 22, dating like this 40-year-old guy, and definitely not living the life. And I'm just saying that if I had Steven Spielberg as my father, I'd be relishing every moment of it. I'd be the best daughter he ever had. I swear to God. I think it's shitty that Aaron Spelling didn't leave Tori Spelling anything. That's kind of fucked up. I mean, because he was pretty rich. I mean, his name was on everything. Yeah. So there, ministry, or am I talking to myself? If you're tired, we can go. I appreciate though that you were hanging out with me here because I just felt like talking and Sissy Spacek. Oh, you were looking up how to spell Sissy Spacek. I wonder what happened to her. I haven't seen her around. I did see her in a movie called. I like her. I like Sissy Spacek. I like Laura Linney too. Really like her. But I had watched a movie, and I'm not a big westerns fan, but I watched a movie called The Streets of Laredo. I believe it had James Garner. Is that who that is? From the Maverick movie, James Garner. He was in it, and um, Sissy Spacek, Sam Shepard. Oh, good, good. Thank you. I appreciate that, especially when you're the only one I'm talking to here. But it's late, you know what I mean? So it's not. Yeah, earlier there was a few people here. That was nice, but I mean earlier in the night. Um, thank you. I appreciate that. Don't you hate it when you send uh like a text message to somebody or something, and you don't want to like send another one or anything. If you were more friends, you would, but if you're kind of whatever on the out, don't you hate it when you send a text message and then you fucking read it back and say it said, so I wanted to say you want to say. So I wanted to apologize for that. But it comes out. I wouldn't want to apologize for that. You know? And you're like, ah, oh, fuck. You know? To who? Like me? Hey. What, an apology? Oh, text message? Oh. Yeah, but you're like normal. So you would say, what do you mean you didn't want to apologize? No, but it wasn't you. But I was reading, I love you too. And I was reading back a email I had sent actually, because I realized when I listened back to some of my live streams that I sound like I'm yelling. And then I even read a text message I had sent somebody. In the whole middle of the text message, it was like a long one. So I know I talked to text. And it was like, fuck up. And it could so be misread that I was like, oh, shit. You know? Yeah, it wasn't you, Tiff. No. Tiffany, you were so cute when you were on Chosen One last night. And there was somebody in the live stream, in the chat, and they were talking, in Tom. And they were saying, who's this Tiffany girl? Or they were saying, oh, really? Oh, I thought that was, I have. Tiffany has thunder thumbs. Like, I can't even respond because every time I'll go to respond, another text comes through. So I swear to God, and I will not lie to you right now, ministry, I will be so far behind in the conversation that I'm like, I get all confused. I start like stuttering with my finger. Like, how could I'm like trying to talk to text, but I'm going, I. Tiffany's like, what's wrong with you? What's this I stuff? Apparently, Tracy has gotten caught on skipping, like skipping record. Remember that shit? You never hear of a record skipping anymore. Remember records would skip? Oh, she is. Oh my God, it's so funny. Most of the time, if somebody gets a text like that, they'll be like, they don't talk to me again. And I'm like, at least Tiffany, just said, oh, no worries. Well, she's so busy typing. I mean, it comes through like beep, 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 beep. You've never played a record before? Tiffany, aren't you so cute? I'm just, really? That 10 years made that much of a difference. It really did in like inventions and stuff. Like, I think ministry, aren't you the same age as me? Yeah, see? Yeah, you never played a record before? Yeah. No, no, sir. Oh, who was it was telling me? Oh, somebody was telling me their cell phone died, but the place where they were at had a telephone that was plugged into the wall. But they were like, they had to call, not call somebody, but they were in the hospital, so they had to go and ask a nurse. Their daughter was 21 and didn't know how to use the phone, the telephone. Not that that's bad, it's understandable. And see how Tiffany's, I would have no clue. Really? Oh my God, 8-track? No, she wouldn't have that. 8-track tapes, the worst part about, I'm going to drop my link in case you two want to come on. We can like talk. 8-track tapes would stop right in the middle of the song. Remember? And it had to. Yes, I do. Here, I'm dropping this link. Hold on. There. Um, Tape cassettes are even out of my memory. Yeah, because she was probably very little at tape cassette time. So figure if there's 10 years difference, when I was about 10, the albums had always been around. When I was very small child, my father had really to record, right? I saw a movie one time. It was with George C. Scott, and he was using this reel-to-reel thing to play back a seance that he had. It's called The Changeling. Okay, the movie is The Changeling. It's from like 1981, and it's creepy. You ever want to watch it? Oh my god, I used to make those from the radio. Do you mean from the radio or your album, like where you would just record from? Remember those? They were so lame too. You know what she had? She got to burn CDs. Tiffany got to burn CDs. So lucky because they sounded a lot better. But they will skip. I used to make tapes of me singing. I know that's hard to believe. I know that's hard to believe. Yeah, she's burned CDs. What is that? Yes, I did. Hold on. Yeah, but then ministry came. I'm looking right now. What is it? Is it the real Tiff? Yeah, because you wouldn't have my phone number. Of course not. I got scared. I got scared. Tap here. What is that? Tiffany, what is that? Is that you? When you were a little kid? That is so fucking cute. Get the hell out of here. Are you fucking kidding me, Tiffany? Oh my god, how do you have... Tiffany, come on and play it for ministry. That's the cutest fucking thing. Is that like a real person that's singing with you? Like, is that your dad or something singing with you? That's your little tiny voice? Aren't you the cutest thing ever? I can't believe you have that. Did your mother or somebody send that to you? I'm like to myself, why would Tiffany send me a little kid singing, you know? Oh my god. So fucking cute. I wish I had something like that. Isn't that funny though, ministry? I just said I used to like make tapes of me singing, and Tiffany, that's exactly what she was sending, was a tape of her singing. That's all right. I got a new one. That's you. Can you guys hear it when I play it? I can't even know if you do because you guys are silent. Silent. It's like loading or something. Can you guys still hear me? Your mom did? Why can't you come on here then and play them, Tiff? Hold on. Oh, oh my God. Oh my God, Tiffany, you make me want to cry. This is so fucking cute, Tiffany. Oh my God. I just heard the beginning and I was like, oh my God, and I want you to share it. You're so fucking cute. You go, it's not like, it's an audio, right? It's not, it didn't make me want to cry because you're so cute and you sent that to me and shared it with me. That's so awesome. Oh my God. Me either, ministry. Half my pictures are like my little head cut out from fucking the family photos. No lie. I'd like to know who did that. My when my mother died, my sister said, "Here, here's some pictures mom had of you," and I was fucking. It was me by myself, cut out from the family picture. Hi,
Hi,
how are ya?
I'm good. So when I was little, I had a tape recorder and I wanted to be Barbara Walters or like a news journalist, on TV. So I'd take it
Yep,
around, but I was little. I was only 3 when I was doing this, 2 or 3. It was very, very young, right? So I'd take my little tape recorder around and I'd interview everybody, mostly my mom, and I'd sing. And the thing that cracks me up about it is my mom put all these tape recordings on a CD for me like a few Christmases ago. And
that's hot.
the funniest thing that cracks me up is I was doing back then what I still like to do now with my karaoke. It was just more complicated back then. I had to find the song on the radio and hit record and sing into my little microphone. When the song came on the radio, I didn't have a choice, right? But I still do that with with my singing that I do, Tracy. It's so funny. My
Yeah.
voice, my voice was horrible back then too.
I don't think your voice is horrible. You think it is, but it isn't. You know what that reminds me of is
Hmm.
I was watching this YouTube show where this guy had bought a ghost town. Not like it's not about hauntings or anything, but ghost town like where nobody lives, right? One of the old mining towns in the Sierra Nevada. And as you watch through his his videos and stuff,
Yeah.
he's finding himself, and he says that he'd been going through some old pictures that his mother or someone had sent him, and he came across a picture where he was, in the newspaper standing next to this huge anchor in a museum. And
Yeah.
he remembered that he had been swimming he used to do some scuba diving when he visited his grandfather, um, and when he was 12, he came across this old anchor way at the bottom of the Chesapeake Bay. And so they went up and they, had to convince people that no, it's really down there,
Right.
and they came and they pulled it up, and it happened to be like a relic, like historical. So he said he was reminded that he had lost himself along the way, um,
Uh,
and he always wanted to be like a treasure hunter. You know how you're talking about what you always wanted to be,
uh-huh.
and it was looking through old family things of when he was a child that brought him back to being able to remember what he loved to do and trying to get
Right.
back to that.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah,
Mhm.
that was always my dream job would to be, but I wanted to be literally Barbara Walters. But it was funny as I progressed through school, it became apparent to me that I wasn't a very good writer. I have a really weird writing style, and my spelling's really horrendous at times. My grammar's kind of weird too, but yeah, the writing aspect of journalism didn't really appeal to me. I just
Now, but
wanted
I
to,
hear your voice a lot, and it's not like your voice. At least I don't think it is, but a
Hmm?
lot of spokespeople in the commercials and the all people who speak over the commercials and stuff sound like you.
No, oh God, no, I don't think so. 'Cause I have a little bit of a
Either
little bit of
person.
a little bit of a list. Barbara Wawa.
But remember that?
Wally,
Bob,
Wally,
I
where did all
want
the
Baba
woodland
Wawa.
creatures one to? Remember that, Wally? Where did all the woodland creatures one to? Barbara
What
Wawa.
did you say, Wooly?
Wally, that's what they used to say when they did Barbara Wawa. She would go,
Yeah.
Wally, Wally, where did all the woodland creatures one to?
Oh
Remember?
my God. Gilda Radner was hysterical.
Oh, she was so funny.
She
The
was. You
funniest though,
do.
I think.
See, the ministry says it. You have a great speaking voice. And that's what
Oh,
I was
thanks,
saying.
Ministry.
Yeah, when you were talking on Tom's Live, somebody said, "Who is that?" And somebody said, "Tiffany." And somebody said, the same person who said, "Who is that?" said, "Has anybody ever seen this Tiffany girl? And what does she look like?" And since I'm blocked, but I can't, type in there, but in my mind, I wanted to type, "She's beautiful," you know? And so nobody answered her, even though they all know you're beautiful. And he said, "Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, she sounds really cute. I like her voice." And a lot of people in the room were saying that, and loads of people say that. I don't know why you don't try out to be what you want to be, what you wanted to be right in the beginning. Because
God,
Tiffany, it's not too late, and you're
I,
beautiful, and your
well,
voice
thank
is
you. Well, thank you.
beautiful.
Well, you know what's so funny is when I hear my voice, I get on my nerves. It bugs me, my own voice. But maybe that's everybody, right? Like maybe we all bother ourselves in our head when we hear ourselves speak because
You
we
don't
hear.
bother anybody, but my voice bothers me and everybody.
No, your voice doesn't bother me one bit. Not one bit. That's just so. Yeah. Well,
Make your little interview to your mother opening the mail.
uh-huh. My mom used to do the mail for my grandparents' company. My grandpa invented the cheese slicer, that thing with the one with the wire and the cutting
Did
board.
he really?
Yeah, yeah. He was an aerospace engineer, but then in his garage one day he invented the cheese slicer. And so my mom used to do the mail for their company. So when people's wires would break, they would mail in $1 to the office, right? And
They
then
would
my mom
mail a
would put
what?
$1, $1 to the office, and then my mom would mail them back a new wire for their wire that broke with instructions, So,
Wow.
so that was her mail, and she did that. She just had to stop doing it. They went digital with the mail now. She was so pissed. I was laughing so hard. She's like, I don't have to do the mail anymore. I was like, well, Mom, you've been doing it for about 42 years.
Right. That
The
was her
mail.
father?
That was her job. Yeah, that was her dad. Yeah, was her
Awesome.
job. But so she was always doing the mail, right? That's what we called it. And I always wanted to interview her when she was doing the mail because I had a lot of things to talk about. My nickname, as a kid, my nickname was Motor Mouth. So I was a big talker. But
Jose
yeah,
said you sound like Cray Cray. She does when she tries to sound like her, but not. But Debbie was in here earlier. She was
you
being so
sound like
nice.
Debbie. Debbie Cray Cray.
That's
She
what
can
he
be
said.
nice. Debbie can be nice sometimes, and then all of a sudden she's not nice anymore. That's why I don't like her because she's unpredictable. It gives me
But I think,
anxiety.
like you said, a lot of people trying to make some people fight, and those clones going around. Like I was blown away by
Yeah, the
Ollie.
clones are bad. You know what? I'm not too happy with any of them, to be honest with you. It was a shit show and a half, and it was unnecessary. I didn't see the part where she was going off on you, but I was told about it by a third party today, Tracy, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" Uh-uh, no.
I don't know why
They're
she would lie.
they're lucky I wasn't there to see that because I would have lost my shit from what I heard from a third party. I mean, it must have been
Are you
bad.
talking about Ollie? Yeah,
Yeah.
Ollie was the one that. I mean, Bobbles. I'm used to that. That Bobbles didn't really go off. You know what I mean? Bobbles was fine, but Ollie. And I knew that me and Bobbles were a little bit, on the outs right there. But but Ollie, I didn't know. that I was on the outs with Ollie.
She was
So
probably drinking, Tracy, and that's why she gets aggressive when she gets very.
no, but
Well,
she wasn't. I
what
just was shocked when she was
was she
saying,
yelling at
"Oh,
you?
here she goes, texting me again. Here she goes, texting me again through her
At
live stream."
you?
Yeah, and I was like in shock because when you're like cringing, going, thinking to yourself, "I'm not texting." Do you know what I mean?
So you weren't texting her, and she was making it out like you were last night.
Yeah. She said
Oh
she's
come.
texted me through this whole live stream. And I Gmail, but I don't know if Baba's even looked at my Gmail. Who knows? But I Gmailed her and I said, please ask her to show you those emails and the timestamps because it was making me cringe. But I wasn't going to try to talk. I never tried to talk. I don't even know if I was blocked from it or not because I never tried to talk. But I was just shocked that she said she had gotten as many emails during her live from me. The two, I sent her four.
Mm-hmm.
Two, I didn't know she was live. And the only reason why I started to even email her in the first place was because she emailed me and was saying, go tell Bobbles that Laura Veneditti is I'll read them to you because you know what? Whatever I said to Ollie was nothing for her to fucking be lying like that and to flip like that. But I still want you to play your interview, so let's not get off that subject. But
Well, I no. What the hell was she? So you sent 4 emails to Ollie, and
yeah,
she had to
she sent
announce.
me first. She sent me. I told you about the whole. I saw my name on that petition,
Mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm,
So I made that video, and then the one that's on my channel, showing the screenshot. And then I waited like a little while to see if it got if it disappeared or anything, but it didn't. Instead, when I went back, there was nasty things like that about like Bobbles, JC Bear, Dan, Willow, that were made to look like they were us people, right? So then I went over to but also it's later. I don't know. But then I went over, to Bobbles, and fortunately, I'm glad that she had posted that link to the petition because I'd have been none the wiser, you know. And I said to her, well, there was Ollie
mm-hmm.
with a comment saying, "Oh, I shared it. I signed it and shared it on my Twitter and Facebook." Now she knows who Chosen One victim support is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ollie.
Yeah, she
Absolutely.
does. Yeah, she
Absolutely.
does. Yeah, absolutely.
And I showed you the screenshots of from 5 months ago when Jersey with Jules was reaching out to
Well,
Chosen One.
here's the thing. That petition's not going to do anything to begin with. So it's like, okay, have fun signing it, people. You keep wasting your
Get
time.
this though, I
Yeah,
was right. I got 7 emails from that website that was on,
stupid, stupid
and
people, man.
and then a couple of them were saying I that I had signed that petition about Tom. Here's the
Lame.
thing though, they spelled my name wrong too. Um,
Did they put it unit?
yeah,
Tracey? Yeah,
yeah,
that's yeah. I used to spell Tracy like that. I don't know
yeah,
why. Yeah, I just figured it out like probably 7 months ago. That's not how you spell it.
right. But get
Sure,
this, they did
Teddy did
something
bite
to
me once,
Dan.
twice, huh? What
They
happened
also
now?
did something to Dan Spartan too. They posted his whole. They doxed him
Why?
because it
Who, who
telling
did?
you now that Tom Reed probably does not have Dan Spartan's whole information. I did. I did. I unsubscribed to it and blocked it. I never had subscribed, but all I had to click was unsubscribe. So they
Why would they
obvious.
dox Dan?
I don't know. That's the thing.
Who
It's
did
like
it?
I don't know. She says chosen one supporters. I think it's something to do with
on
with Jules
on
because
the
if you,
petition?
huh?
On the petition?
I don't know. I reached out to Dan and wrote him a letter and said, um,
When people start
that
doxing people like Dan, that's when there's a real serious issue with some, moral compass and losing the plot. You know what I mean? It's like act
yeah,
right, people. Act right. What the hell's wrong with all of you, man? Bunch of sickos on here, isn't there, Tracy?
or maybe it was because he said to Bobbles, they showed my whole name and address on that video. Is that going to be left up or taken down?
What video?
So I don't know.
Oh,
So I did write him,
um,
like, reached out to him
poor
and said,
Dan.
you know, but that's why I wasn't being mean or anything when I was saying best to stay
Tracy,
away
don't
from
worry
that
about them. You know,
person.
I know why.
Mm,
Something's always going to piss them off. Okay. It's either going to be from you or somebody else. You, me, the sun, the moon, could be the wind's blowing the wrong. Something's always going to make them mad. They have to have. Do you ever listen to John Cleese? You know what I'm
John
talking about?
Cleese, is that the one who was in
The
Monty?
English,
Was
the
yeah,
English dude. Yeah, Monty
actor.
Python guy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He does a fantastic monologue on extremism, right?
yeah.
And he explains he explains the benefits to being an extremist. And he says, there's a
Tell
lot
me
of
what an
benefits.
extremist is.
Well, an extremist would be somebody with in his case when he was using the word, he was referring it to more of a extreme political party member, right? So a far left or a far right type personality, but you can
Right?
really apply it to anything. And so he says in this monologue, he goes, and it's really good. And he goes, there's benefits to being an extremist because he says when you become an extremist, you have a large amount of enemies. And when you have a large amount of enemies, you can blame all the good or all the bad qualities in you on your enemies. Because if it weren't for these enemies making you act the way that you're acting, you would be very, very good. But since you have to deal with these enemies all the time, that's the reason why you're acting so bad, right? So it's kind of applies like to the people on here. I absolutely murdered my description of that. But if you search in YouTube, John Cleese and extremism, it'll come up. You have to listen to it. Absolutely
Hmm.
hilarious, totally brilliant. But this is what he says, and that's how I feel like how these people are online, Tracy. They have to have somebody that they're mad at because if they don't, then they don't have an excuse for their shit behavior. You
I
know what I
get what
mean?
you're saying. I hear what you're
Yeah.
saying. So, right. So if they weren't mad at me, that maybe they have to get it out on somebody. You mean?
It's possibly it's makes them feel powerful or in control or like they have a purpose or maybe they don't have anything to talk about otherwise. Like some people, their personalities are based around being mad and angry and or having an
But I'm surprised
adversary.
that they always tell me that I am.
No, I know you're not like that. I know you're reactive and responsive because you had a long period of time where um, you absolutely you had nothing to respond to anymore. You ignored it so well, and that's your personality. You have a lot of
I
people who
think
do
what hurt
shitty
me
things
this
to you.
time was like my channel, how it affected the live stream,
Yeah,
and
that really
how
blows.
yeah,
Really
and
blows.
but we're coming back. We'll come back.
It'll
You
come
know?
back, Tracy. It'll come back, Tracy. Just give it some time, and
Yeah,
next time,
it's not even about like the stuff like that. But the thing is too is like right before it happened, I was saying how me and Ace had never argued in 3 years,
yeah, she was such a nice
and
girl. Where'd
she
she
is.
go?
I don't know. I
Well,
don't know.
look at it like this, Tracy. Look at it like this. It's sometimes better to keep the circle smaller because it's easier to manage, right? So when you have a smaller, close knit circle with more like minds and more complementary personalities to one another, you don't have that wild card in there of that, you know what I mean? So I think this next time around,
Will be better? I was thinking that too.
yeah, I think it'll be better. And I think you need to have a no tolerance personal boundary policy for yourself, and me too, because I'm very good. I'm very bad at self preservation, right? And I tend to let everybody back in to my life. You know, oh, you made a mistake. That's okay. I'll just forget about it. We're cool. And it's a bad way to be.
Because you
Because
don't forget about it.
well, I do
You know what I
forget about
mean?
it.
It's
But
hard
no, I
to. It's
really
hard to
do.
forget.
Oh, fuck, man. No, I really do forget about it. And then I get screwed over again down the line, you know, in 90% of the cases. But I
But
think,
some things you can see in people, and like, for instance, like ministry, you know, and me and ministry have argued before, but
so have her
I
and I
found,
before. Yeah. But we got
yeah,
over it. Yeah.
we got
No,
over it. Doesn't get,
yeah.
like, when they keep arguing and saying, you know, like, I don't think any of us went over line saying rotten stuff. But when
No.
people do, it's hard to get rid of those things. And when you see somebody, if you know someone's,
Oh, what can I hear? Oh, Tracy, I can't hear you all of a sudden.
okay, I'm back.
Oh,
I
okay.
was actually modding you.
Me? What'd I do?
Yeah, because because,
Oh, you're modding me. Oh, you gave me a wrench.
yeah,
Oh, I
be,
thought you're like I thought you're like you're reprimanding like you're modding me like I did something wrong.
no, modding you, like giving you a
Yeah, I
wrench,
know what you mean now. I know what you
because
mean
the
now.
two, like that night, first of all, when you said how many people would say, me too, on my kids too,
Well,
like
because
stand
we
right next to you,
oh,
beside you, because
oh
we know it to be truth. I know you wouldn't do it if it wasn't truth. And
fuck no. And here's the thing, when you said that, I was like, hell yeah, because I would Tracy, I'm not even joking with you. I was thinking literally the same thing, not right at that moment, but pretty damn close to it, right? And when you said that, I was like, hell yeah, that's what exactly what I was thinking because I was so frustrated with the amount of lies she was telling. I was like, what can I say? Since I don't have the actual proof, because a lot of my knowledge was from phone conversations I had with her. What can I say to reiterate the fact that she's lying? Like, how can I put this to people that will resonate with them and they'll get it? I'm like, if I swore on my kids' lives right now, maybe that might, you know, it might click for some one of these idiots. But then you said it, and I was like, yeah, that's why I was like, media. I was like, same. Me
yeah, and
too. Yeah,
I was like,
she was lying.
oh, thank God, that right there showed me you believe me, and we are friends. And and ministry, I saw you in comment sections of derogatory videos of me, you know, defending me for something I hadn't even seen yet, and you were there, you know, defending me,
Ministry's had
and
your back for a long time, girl. I've
yeah,
seen
and
I
that's
will.
why I just, you know, I think I think when I went into the live stream stuff, I might have was like, okay, I'm modding people to show, you know, whatever, but I might have went overboard.
Well, there's some people who I'm absolutely shocked by, shocked,
Yeah.
blown away, but absolutely blown. Hey, Ministry, Teddy's bitten me twice. She asked if Teddy's ever bit me, and it's been bugging me. He bit me 2 times. One time I tried to take a rose stem from him, and he bit me really hard, like it hurt bad for hours. Um, the other time he bit me, what the hell were we doing? I was doing something to him. I think I was combing his fur. The other time he bit me hard. I was doing something. It was something. It involved me taking something away again. That's the only time he's ever bitten me.
That's
He's
when
bitten
Ross was like that.
when you try and take something he wants away. Does he bite really
Yeah,
hard? Is it shocking? Like you're like,
he
ow.
hasn't done it in a long time because one night I was like fucking so mad. I blocked him in the kitchen and I said, "You don't get to come in here." You
I
know,
bit
the
Teddy
cats were
back.
in. I bit Teddy.
No, I did.
You know what's funny is that
No, I bit him back.
Ministry
That's
has
what
a
I did with my
Chihuahua,
kids. Uh huh.
and
Is
you have
that
a
her chihuahua?
Pomeranian. She has a
Oh,
Chihuahua. Isn't he cute? Look at him in that
so
little thing.
cute.
And you have a Pomeranian, right?
Yeah, look at my devil dog.
He's so cute.
He was sitting. He
And
sits there like that and stares at me, half behind the
is that
door.
him in the picture?
Yeah, that's him halfway outside of Cash's door, just staring at me like a creep. See him? What a weirdo.
Let me put you in full screen. Hold on.
I felt somebody staring at me. I look up, see him? Just half his head.
Oh my god. Is he doing that now?
He does it all the time.
That is so funny. And
He's a
my dog is
creep.
both a mixture of both your dogs.
Oh
My
yeah,
dog is a
Pomchi.
Chihuahua Pomeranian.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh, that's Roscoe's so cute. And so ministry, that look at that baby. That's a
Oh,
beautiful Chihuahua.
isn't he adorable? A she. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh,
She.
she's cute.
Ministry wrote me in those video. You knew that I did 3 of those chosen one leaked phone calls, right?
I listened to all of those, and those were so funny. Those were
Well,
so
Ministry
funny.
said if you can't if tell Roscoe if he can't have Daisy, then he can have Rosa. She's real pretty.
I don't know who your Tom voice actor was, but he did a fantastic job.
Didn't he really? I know. That
I
was my friend George.
oh, that was George who did that? God bless
Yeah.
George. He's such a good sport. For a second there, I kind of did a double take. I thought you spliced audio together. So I was like, wait a second. And I was like, I had a feeling it was George. I was like, I think that's George. But George
We
did a
were sitting right across from each other too. It
oh,
wasn't like really on
oh,
the
you
phone.
were? Oh God, no.
Yeah.
It sounded like you're on the phone. That was so funny.
Oh my god. And we improv the whole thing. I told him on the third one, he had a hard time even getting the word out. I'm down at the D. I'm down at the D. On the avenue, he's cracking up. And because he didn't know. He's never watched a Tom Reed video.
No.
So yeah, he's never watched him.
Oh, George was brilliant. That was so
When he
good.
said, if anything comes out of her that looks like you,
I'm dropping those dogs off on your doorstep and lighting them
yeah,
on fire. I about pissed my pants because that just sounds like something Tom would say. That was so
didn't it?
funny.
Oh
Yes,
my
he did.
god.
I,
And
I,
he's going, she's not, and I'm fucking dying. I couldn't get the T. I couldn't, like, I kept going to say Tom, and I just couldn't get it out. Going, right? Too funny.
those were
And
so cute. Those were cute. Those were really, really funny. I saw your video you did with Roscoe talking long time ago, and when I saw it, it's like I do the same voice for Teddy. Really resonated with me. I was like, oh my god, I love this girl.
oh, it was
Hi,
so
this is
funny.
Roscoe, and my mom and I went to lunch today, and I played
There
with
was
my
another
son.
one I made,
I
and I
saw that
was
one too,
like,
where you talked about love.
no, there was another one that I still have the recording of, but I haven't put it out because it was the rest of the third one that I did. And I said, I didn't know how you'd feel about it because I was saying, you better be taking her to Panera Bread, that Daisy. And
Yeah.
I said, you better be taking her to Panera Bread because Tiffany said, because they've got grass fed
Kibbles.
kibble
Yeah.
kibble there and Tiffany, and then I go, well, and then, my friend was talking like Tom, and then I said,
Yeah.
uh, Teddy Moser, Teddy Moser
Oh, you can put
said,
that up. You can put that
you,
up. That's fine. That's
oh, all
fine.
right. I
Yeah,
wasn't
I don't
sure,
care.
like, I
No, that's
didn't,
fine.
it was told me they have, and I wanted to throw Teddy in there, but then I thought, oh, shit, but then because I said
Yeah.
Moser, and I'm like,
Oh, no, that's
I'm sorry.
fine. No, that's
All
fine.
right.
Everybody knows my name. Well, if somebody knows me, they typically know my name. I don't mind about that one bit. But yeah, those your Roscoe recordings are adorable. I played with my
I saw
friend
your video
Rosie.
today about Malibu. Who is that about?
Oh God, you don't even want to know. Just thank the Lord that you don't know who this person is.
Oh, it's not
Because
Blue Malibu then, right?
oh no, 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 no. This is a totally different person. This is one of the British guy's friends. And
Oh, okay.
oh yeah, she's just a nasty person. I'm very not happy with her. She's been running her mouth.
So
Just
play your video.
ugh.
You don't have your video, but your audio of you interviewing your mom.
I don't know if I can I don't know if you guys let me see. Um oops.
There was a way that Bombas was able to do it where she tried to
Yeah,
come back into the chat, and then
yeah.
I
Let
have
me
to
see. Hold on. Let me see. I might be able to.
like I have no clue how to do that, but Bombas did it. So. She was pretty nice on her live stream tonight. She didn't talk about me. She didn't bash. I didn't, see the whole thing, but someone had come in and said that. Oh, oops, what happened?
Phone, so I went to a desktop version. I have
another,
a couple
another
laptops.
device.
I don't know why I don't use them.
You don't have another device?
I do. I have several, and none of them are charged. Hold on, let me find
Oh,
some. Oh
oh.
wait, I know. I think I know. I have one that's charged.
I wish I knew how. I think I need a laptop to do it. I think I can't do it
I was
on my
going to
phone.
send. I wanted to send you one the other day, Tracy. Okay, wait. Hold on
Huh?
a second. I emailed your doc. I needed your address. Um, hey, I think this is charged. Hold on, let me see. Damn it, it died.
You're so funny.
Hey Tracy, just ignore those people. You know what I mean? Like,
Why, did
don't.
somebody say something in here? I didn't see anything.
Oh no, no, no! I wasn't talking about. I was talking about what we were talking about earlier. Just ignore them from here on out. It's like if they get mad, who cares? Just write them off or whatever. Just be
No,
like,
I was saying though before, I don't know if you heard me, but Bob's was pretty, I didn't, like I did check out her live stream tip because that stupid Dicky Balls came in at the end of my other live stream and said
who?
Bob was bashing Dicky Balls. I don't know who the hell that is,
Dicky balls.
I know Dicky Balls. I can actually picture in my head somebody who makes those stock accounts like it being the same person and them laughing at their clever names they think they come up with,
Dicky balls. Yeah, right.
They're gonna run
Dicky.
out.
Well, I mean,
I'll
it's
give
like
them a suggestion. Craven Moorhead.
yeah, I know, right? Or I see a Dixon Herbert running around.
Yeah, I see that one too. Yeah.
Dixon
One time
Herbert.
I almost paged Craven Moorhead. Did I tell you
Well,
that?
I mean, it's like you can only come up with so many goddamn names for a sock account. It's like how many
No,
names?
but at a nursing home I worked at, and I was covering for the switchboard operator, and
There
the
was a Craven. You
freaking
had the page of Craven Moorhead.
I didn't do it, thank God, because it was the maintenance crew thinking they were
Yeah.
being funny. And so they called in from another line in the building and said, "Hi, I'm looking for my uncle. He's there visiting somebody. Can you page him overhead?" And I was like, "Sure." And I said, "What's his name?" And they said, "Craven Moorhead." And I didn't even like think of it. And right when I clicked the page thing on it, you could hear it over the intercom, like you could hear the click. And I was just about to page Craven Moorhead over this Jewish nursing home, the entire speaker system through the whole place,
Yeah.
and it clicked, and I
You
hung up,
could do it.
and they called me. They go, "Oh my God, I thought they were trying to like get me before I did it, but." The phone starts ringing and I'm just about to do it. And then I answered the next phone call, didn't do it. And it was them again. And they said, "Oh my God. Thank God you didn't do that." Another time when I worked, this lady Lillian that I used to work with, I don't know if you ever saw that Eddie Murphy skit where he's talking about his parents and his father would get drunk and he'd say Lillian cannot go out. Lillian cannot talk to her friends. Lillian cannot use the phone. And I would do that all the time through the cubicles
Uh-huh.
and I'd leave her like those someone calls messages like stuck to her desk, those little sticky notes with like Seymour Butts and stuff, right? Seymour Butts call. And I'd be able to she was older and I could hear her reading them over there going, Seymour Butts call? I don't even know Seymour.
Remember when there was that horrible Transasia flight, um, and some intern at that news station in San Francisco or something like that. When they called and they asked the names of the pilots, it's not funny because people died. It's
Oh,
not funny, but that intern gave the news, the evening newscaster. he told them the names of the pilots were Wee Tu Lo and Ho Lee Fook, and and and
Oh,
in the
oh
news.
my God.
You never saw this, a clip of this?
No. And he
Yeah,
actually said it?
yeah, they didn't.
What a
Yeah,
shame.
it was bad. It was
Did he get
bad.
fired?
The intern did. The journalist didn't. Because
Oh, the intern did it on purpose?
yes,
What
yeah,
a jerk.
yeah.
Did
It
you
was
see
a
what
summer.
Ministry said? She was going around asking if Mike Cunt was there at a strip club.
At a strip club. That's funny.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I was a
Oh yeah.
cocktail at a club.
Or
Which
I
was
used
hot
to have
in
one.
Rhode
Dick
Island?
goes in ya. Uh-huh.
No, she said she was a cocktail waitress at a strip club for years, and I was wondering if it was in Rhode Island. She said, "Call the payphone. Call the payphone." That's how long ago it was.
We
We had
used to do that
payphones.
all the
Tiffany, do you
time.
remember those?
I do remember payphones. I remember when I had a pager in high school and somebody would page me and I'd have to pull over or have my friend pull over who was driving, find a payphone and get a quarter out and call him back.
Well,
Remember
you're a
that?
drug dealer.
No, no, but I had a pager. I've been slinging drugs for a long time, Tracy. No, no, no. My dad got me a pager when I was in high school so he could get a hold of me and shit. And
Right.
yeah, because there wasn't nobody had. I mean, cell phones existed, but nobody had them back then. Okay, so I've got this
Ministry.
one.
What was the name of the strip club? Because back then, they used to the strippers from ours. The guy was his name was Charlie, and he would there was strippers would go to Rhode Island and stuff. There was a God some Boston, Rhode Island. I used to make oh God so much money, Tiffany. I was 22 years old. I was
Uh,
bringing home $1,000 a week cash,
oh yeah,
fucking for working 28 hours.
there used to be a lot of money in bartending and cocktail and stripping and I used to have a friend. You know what she did at the strip
What?
clubs? She would do. That it kind of made me laugh. I don't know why, but it was hilarious. In between the strippers, she was the girl that walked out in her little outfit and would clean the pole and the mirror in the back. And she was the stage wiper. And they would even throw tips at her, man. She would wind up making more than the strippers sometimes. It was absolutely hilarious. I was like, dude,
Really? I
yes.
never saw anybody cleaning the poles at the one I worked at.
It was called California Girls. It was in Anaheim, and she was there as the pole wiper. It was so funny. I went in there because
Ugh,
it was Hawks
I don't think
Lounge.
I'd want to be that. No matter what, I wouldn't want to be.
Well, I went in there to check her out because I had been friends with her for a very long time, and it was a little bit I was kind of wondering, like, what are you doing at the strip club? Yeah, I'm not going to say her name out loud, but
But
and she's like, no, no, I'm just the stage. Gave herself a totally different name than the pool wiper, right? So I went there to check her out unannounced one day, and when she came out and was wiping the pool, I was like, what the heck? You're the
was
pool
she like
wiper?
doing like bending over though and stuff? Because you
Uh
said she was
huh.
eating.
Yeah, she
Right,
was.
right, yeah,
Yeah, she
right.
played it up.
So that
Yeah.
I guess like that's a novel idea for whatever person used to. Oh, she said that. Oh, really? Really,
Yeah,
Menacing?
yeah, that's what she would do too, ministry. She would clean the mirrors in the back and she would wipe the floors because sometimes the girls came out and I don't know, maybe they had lube or something. There's people that throw drinks on them. I have no idea why she had to wipe the floors, but she would, so the next girls didn't
If
slip. But she was clumsy like me and she kind of would wobble out in these big ass shoes. I'd be like,
Oh
don't
my
fall.
God, that's funny. If there was a feature, sometimes they would have. There was one, this Deidre Holland. She's a porno. You can look her up, and she would come out and she'd have a banana and whipped cream, and she would, put that fucking banana everywhere, and then peel it, and then squirt whipped cream on it, and some guy sitting around the stage would actually eat it. And I can remember all of us, like, who weren't the dancers, but like we were the bartenders or the cocktail waitresses, that every time she did that, we all would like have our eyes just peeled to see if the person would actually bite the banana. They would. They
Oh,
didn't
yeah, they
care.
would, sickos. Of course
God.
they would. I was a shot girl at a bar down the street from my condo once. I lasted about, oh God, I don't even remember how long that. I didn't last very long doing that. I wasn't a very good server. I waitressed once for about 3 days before I got fired.
Oh,
Then I was a shot girl. And the problem with the shot girl job is the shots were nasty. They're
oh,
sugary, right? And then there'd always be that one dickhead who I'd go up to him. You guys want a shot? You know, whatever. And they'll be like, I'll buy the whole tray. I'd be like, okay. And then be like, you drink them with me. She'd be like, you mother, because there wasn't that much alcohol in them. Like there was a lot of mixer most of the time, right? Like they were like buttery nipples and like
right, right.
that
Yeah, it's
kind of
something
shit,
you
you
don't
know,
get
blue
too,
Hawaiians, like nasty ass crap like that. And
stuff
so
you
I
don't
would,
get too fucked up on, really. Yeah.
well, it's like, well, but then 2 trays later, I feel sick. You know what I mean? I just drank like 30, half ass nasty ass shots with Malibu and crap and a Malibu rum and shit like that. And so I'd feel sick, and then I made good
Some
tips.
bars are like, they'll say, the bars are different. Some bars will say you can't drink on the job, and then there's some other bars that will say never lose a sale.
Oh, well,
So,
this place, why? Because I wasn't on payroll, so they wanted me to drink with these people. It was a under the table thing, you know.
yeah, the best thing to do with that kind of stuff is, first of all, eat something before you go to work. Always
Yeah,
eat. Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Some people
Bready,
think they'll
bready
go to
stuff.
breakfast. Huh?
When I eat like bready stuff, like pastas
Yes,
and
bready
pizzas.
stuff.
Mm,
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. And eat before. Some people think, oh, and it does help to eat after if you're drinking, but it helps way better to eat before and have a good drinking base. And I'll tell you what is a good shot if you ever have to, if you're working somewhere that says, and says, so there's somebody who says, oh, can I buy you a shot? And you don't want to lose the sale, a pickleback. Have you ever drank a pickleback?
no, I don't even know what that is.
Oh God, do you like pickles?
I love pickles.
Oh my God, Ministry. I don't know if you love pickles too, or anybody else that's listening. You get some really good pickle juice, like not cucumbery and not too like you want like a good kosher pickle juice, like dill,
Yeah.
not bread and butter,
Yes.
and
Yes. Yes.
nice and cold, and a shot of Jameson or even black velvet will work. Because I myself, I like black velvet. It's very smooth. And if you put black velvet in your
Mm-hmm.
coffee and everything,
Mm-hmm. It's not bad. I like a good
oh,
smooth whiskey. I like a good smooth whiskey,
it's
like on the
cheap
rocks or what
too.
something. Yep.
It's cheap. Yeah, I don't like the sweet pickles either. And so what
Yeah,
you
me
do is
neither.
you got 2 shot glasses. You fill up one with the shot of whiskey and the other one with the pickle juice. As soon as you do the shot of whiskey, you do the shot of pickle juice. It's like magic. And the thing is that vinegar is good for hangovers too and everything, and is good for you healthy wise too.
It is
And
good
the
for
pickle juice,
you. Yep, it
so
is good.
but
Have
you will
Did you ever
no
make shoot
alcohol.
the roots? Did you ever do shoot the roots?
I never heard of it. What's that?
I shoot the roots. So it's oh God, I'm not gonna be able to remember what the goddamn liquor is in it. It's a shot of a liquor, and it kind of tastes like root beer, whatever the liquor is. You can do oh Tracy, I'm not gonna be able to remember what the heck the shot
Is it
was.
a
But anyways,
is it like
you
a
drop
dark colored liquor?
yeah, it's a darker color. It's more like an amber color. It'll
Hmm.
come to me. And you drop this shot into a half a beer in a pint glass, and you
Yeah.
drink it, and it tastes just like root beer. It's shoot the root. It's you do it in
So
Coors
I
though.
bet you that's probably like root beer schnapps or something they're using.
It's not a root beer flavor liquor. It's a different one. But it has a
Weird.
root beer kind of tinge to it.
You know what's funny with liquor is I'll tell you what, you take, no, not, but you don't want too much garlic though, Ministry. Because you don't want that. You want it to be not too garlicky. You want it to have, you know what is a good one to use? Boar's Head pickles. The one that
Ah,
has the dill floating in it and stuff. Not hot pickles, but it's got, you know, the Boar's Head brand, the dill pickles is good for the pickleback. But now the with liquor, alcohol. It's funny that you can mix things that don't even taste like that to begin with. but you mix it with something else, like you're talking about that root beer thing, and it tastes exactly like what you're going for. Like those chocolate cake shots, chocolate cake. Have you ever had those? Where'd she go?
I couldn't find my mute button.
Oh,
Yes, those are so freaking good. With the
tastes
lemon, with the sugar on it.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's good.
Yes, those are dangerous.
You know what
Gotta
else
get
is good now? You're saying that the lemon drops with the what is that? The garlic? Not garlic. I'm looking at hers with garlic.
with
The
the sugar
vodka,
around the rim and the
the rim of
vodka.
the vodka
Yeah.
chilled.
Have you ever had a cactus cooler?
No.
Oh, those are good too. What the hell are they? Gosh, I used to know all these drinks and now I can't remember the ingredients anymore. The cactus cooler was I'll find that one too. It's really good. Okay, I know the liquor. It's oh wait, no, that's not it. Let me see.
There's never
Because
too
you
much
can use
garlic
root
in
beer
it.
schnapps, but there's a different one that people would use too. And it seemed it was
A
not
lot of them like to use the Fireball, and that tastes like an apple. Drop it into the
uh-huh.
what do they call it? Angry Orchard
I do
instead.
that all the time. I put my Angry Orchard on ice
Mhm.
and I would do like one or two shots on on the top of it.
Mhm.
Tastes just like cider. It's really good.
Yeah. I see. I don't. I'm not big on Fireball. I'm really not. I
I
like
can't remember either.
peanut butter whiskey. That Screwball. It's called Screwball.
Uh-huh.
The brand. Oh my god, it's so good. You got to try that. The vodkas nowadays, though, those like the I believe it's Smirnoff, the one that makes all they have all the blueberry and melon flavored and every flavor you could think of. I mean, you could get a nice smooth vodka, put it on the rocks, and just sit there and you know sip on a blueberry vodka if you like blueberry. That's good too. She keeps disappearing. I think she's looking shit up over there. She's look.
How'd you
I'll
know
tell
that's
you
what I
what.
was doing? That's yeah, I'm still trying to
I
find. I think it's Amaretto. I think it's Amaretto is the other
oh,
alcoholic drink.
amaretto.
Or
That's good.
Amaretto, yeah, Amaretto.
Yeah, amaretto. That's the hazelnut one, right?
Oh
And
wait,
I know
no,
that. Well, wait, no, is that
it's not
Finn?
Amaretto then. Hold on, or Amaretto. Hold on. I gotta find this. It's gonna drive me crazy. But yeah, I've had
Fandoso is hazelnut. Amaretto is almonds, right? Yeah, almonds. Now, if you're gonna make if you like, oh, martinis are good, but you gotta have a good vodka. I like a dirty martini with the olive, the olive juice. I like olives, but it's gotta be nice and cold.
if you mouth olive juice to somebody, it looks like you're saying I love you.
I love you. Yes.
Uh-huh. Olive juice.
uh, they used to do that in school, and when I was in like grammar school and stuff.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, we used to do that too. It was funny.
yeah.
Oh,
If you like pistachio, are you a pistachio person?
I do like pistachios. In fact, I love pistachio muffins in the morning. Have you ever had the green ones?
No, no.
They're
But if
good.
you have you ever had a pistachio martini?
Uh-uh.
Oh man, they're good. They are good. It's like vanilla, vodka, then blue carousel, frangelico, amaretto, Bailey's, and you want to make sure that you don't, put too much blue carousel. You want it just enough that it's gonna be green, you know. Then you shake it up with in your martini shaker with a lot of ice. You want it nice and cold, and put it in your martini glass. Or you could even drink it in a tall tumbler filled with ice and squirt some whipped cream on top of that baby and a little bit of chocolate syrup, just a little swirl like, maybe through the glass even. Ah, so good. So good.
I think it is amaretto that you use with it. I do. I think it is amaretto that goes into it. There's also a flaming Dr. Pepper one where you light it on fire and they use amaretto and I think tequila or something like that. No, I've never had a pistachio martini. It sounds good though.
Oh my God, it's
It
so
sounds good.
delicious.
You know what I had the other
Absolutely.
day when I was out to dinner with Jeff, or not the other day, it was a few months ago, like probably like 5 months ago now, but it was so, I think it was called a, shit, what was that? Oh, an old fashioned. Oh, oh God, it was nasty. It was like drinking drain cleaner. You know, the taste, it was too much alcohol. Do you know what I'm talking about? An old fashioned?
Now, what is that? I mean, nobody
Oh,
orders those anymore. Is that Southern
no, they
Comfort?
don't. Hi, Aiken. You want that martini? I know it sounds delicious, huh? An
I
old
know.
fashioned is, I
I
believe,
hate
yeah,
it.
old fashioned. I believe it's a whiskey. It's
Is it a Southern?
several,
Is it Southern Comfort or?
I don't know. Hold on,
And, and
I'll look for it.
you
Hold on.
muddle
Uh-huh.
some cherries or something. Is
You
that like?
muddle like a leaf. There's something nasty in it. All I know, I took one sip of this thing. I thought it was. Have you ever drank wild turkey, Tracy? Like taking a shot of wild turkey?
Yeah, I don't like that. That's like a bourbon whiskey. I don't
It's
like
so
those.
good.
Like that's like a Jack Daniels or the other one, Jim Beam. I don't like those. I like Irish or Canadian whiskey.
Well, the old fashioned reminds me of when one time I took a shot of wild turkey and I thought chest hairs were going to pop out of my chest
I
because it
gotcha.
was fire. It was so crazy, right? And that's how the old fashioned was. It was nasty. It was so nasty. It tasted like Drano or something.
Oh,
I
you know
believe
what? The one I'm thinking of with the model cherries is a Manhattan.
those aren't that bad. The old fashioned's worse. Hold on, I'm gonna Google what's in it really fast because it's gonna bug me. Hold on.
Yeah, because I don't. I know that a long time ago, um, I've seen like old menus of old bars, and people would order like a sidecar and something else, like a pink lady, um, slow gin fizz. Remember those? Ugh.
Yes, I do. So get a load
Yeah.
of this. So you muddle sugar and you add orange peels, water, whiskey, bourbon, and one big round ice cube.
Ugh.
And then wait, hold on, let me look. Hold on. Uh,
And that sounds like something they would drink in the days when they didn't have a big, broad selection of liquor, like, water,
and
sugar,
then you
warm.
garnish it with a Marcel of one of those bar cherries, and then orange zest. Okay, for some reason, when I was at this restaurant, it sounded wonderful. I'm like, that sounds like such a good, amazing. It was winter time. This is like around Christmassy time. So I was like, that sounds like a nice Christmassy tasting cocktail. I get this thing and they set it in front of me. It's got this one big ball ice cube in it and all this weird crap. And I got it to my nose and I was like, oh,
It's
I was
that
like,
bourbon.
oh,
And I bet you they fucking use the bar brand too.
oh, it was nasty. No, it was a better, they listed the brands. It was good quality liquor because good quality liquor makes all the difference, right? But
Hmm.
I drank it and I seriously, it was like the wild turkey experience. I thought I was going to breathe fire. It was gnarly. You make your own whiskey, Aiken? Wow.
I know.
I
How do
wouldn't
you
even
do
know
that?
how, I wouldn't even know how to start to do that.
I actually researched about distilling because I was looking to see what the best vodka for a martini is. And they were like Kettle One, Grey Goose. If it says it's
Uh-huh.
been distilled 5 times, that's going to be the cleanest
Yep.
tasting, the most purest.
I tend to like the I don't know if it's the potato vodkas or if it's the
Tito's,
I like well my favorite vodka is probably Grey Goose and then but next to that a close second is Kettle. It's probably going to be Kettle makes some good flavor vodkas too. They're just expensive.
yeah.
Um
And those are the two, I think they're 5 times distilled, you
Oh,
know?
it's legal in New Zealand, huh?
Oh, he lives in New Zealand?
Beautiful. Oh, he has a beautiful. Hey, Aiken, that tree. I was watching your tree videos. I didn't comment on them because of everything going on, but I was watching those tree videos of yours, and boy, that was crazy. He had a tree fall on his property recently, Tracy. I mean, I'm talking a massive gum tree. This thing was probably, shit, 50 feet tall, and the trunk was probably, I'd say, the size of a small compact car around. Massive
Really?
tree. They had winds, yeah, and it fell over and it
Is that the
smashed it.
name of his channel, Aiken Drum?
Uh-huh.
Or is that the
Uh-huh.
name of his channel?
Yeah, that's his channel name.
I'm
Yep.
gonna look it up
Yep, that's his
and
channel
drop the
name.
link. Drop the link
Oh
for
yeah, so it crushed his chicken coop and then it landed on his shop, right? And luckily nobody got hurt or anything, but yeah, he was under the shed right when it fell. I mean, this thing is, but Aiken, I was driving one time. Oh, it was 6 trees. Holy crap. I was driving one time, Tracy, when there was a massive wind like that, and there was this eucalyptus tree that fell in front of me, and it was literally about one car ahead of me when it fell.
hmm
And I, I, I mean, if I would have been 10 seconds sooner, it would have crushed me. I have a picture of it on my Instagram. It was absolutely the craziest thing. I mean, this thing
It was a
was
tree?
it was a eucalyptus tree, a massive one. I mean, the base of this trunk was probably, I'd say, a good 3 feet around at least. But when I saw Aiken's videos of these trees, oh my God, he's so lucky.
I just
Massive.
tried to look up Aiken Drum, and I couldn't
Oh,
find.
it's a song. It's a children's it's like a nursery rhyme type character, I believe. So it's kind of hard. I
If you
was
well, you're a mod. You could drop his link. And hey, XX, how are you?
Hi XX. It
Are
was
you
quick.
still modded, XX? Because I unmodded a bunch of people, but not, like for, I thought I came back in and remodded you, but I couldn't remember. But it was because I was just trying to like clear out and then remod. And I can't remember. In my head, I remember doing it, but I'm not sure if I really did. So, did I? Are you
You are
modded right there?
you are very lucky, Aiken. Very, very lucky. I mean, boy, you have some really proactive
I'll look
guardian
and see.
angels. Pandas eat eucalyptus or koalas maybe eat eucalyptus.
Koala bears.
Yeah. I think pandas eat bamboo. I'm not sure what the sloths eat. I don't know what they eat. Yeah, he's so lucky, Tracy. I mean, these were massive trees. I can't imagine the job. I watched a couple of the workers. Then you had to have people come remove these things, right? And it's a process because the root ball that's connected to these trees, because the bases were their trunks were so big, the root ball on these trees that they had to, that came up when they fell was massive. It was like the size of my God, Aiken, it looked like it was the size of your shed. Oh God,
I've
when you
always
make
wanted to go see those big trees near you in California, those
oh God, it's
sequoias.
amazing. The oh my God, I can't think of the name. Those big, big trees in Northern California, they are so beautiful. The
Sequoias,
redwood,
aren't they?
the
Or
redwoods.
redwood. Redwood.
Yes,
That's
Tracy,
right.
they're amazing. They look like something out of a movie, like a movie prop. They're so incredible. The veins and the trunks and oh my God, the redwood forests are it's magical. If I could go move and live in the redwood forest, I would.
I always
I,
think to myself like that the woodland creatures
Mhm.
must feel like so small.
Well, everything feels small when you're amongst the redwoods. It's like Teddy. I would imagine would come from a redwood forest, and same with Roscoe. Same with and I think even Ministry. They look more like woodland creatures to me than they do dogs.
Oh yeah, like little nymphs. No, but could you
Yeah.
imagine like a huge bear that can snap a tree kind of?
Oh
It
yeah, if
makes
they
me
fall. Oh
wonder
yeah.
like if they're when they're in the red and like if a squirrel is going to run up a redwood, wouldn't they get tired? I mean, like.
Well, let's put it this way. These trees are so massive, right? that some of them have these on the base of the trees. They almost form like these caves from the roots, or just from a deformation, or possibly like a fungus within the trunk or something. And but they still grow, and they have these caves in them where you could literally set up camp. You could walk standing up straight into these caves in these redwoods. They're amazing. It is one of the
You
most
know what's kind of
magical things
weird
I've ever
now that
seen.
you say that
Hmm.
is that they never have any civilization that would have been living in them.
Um, yeah, I'm not sure what indigenous people are from, because they only grow right there. They
I
really
know,
only
isn't that
grow.
weird?
It's really weird. They don't survive anywhere else. You can plant them, but they don't get nearly as big. I mean, these trees are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years old. I mean, they're really old. Um,
Yeah, I was on another
oh,
channel and somebody was talking about how old, like there was like a
I'll
Joshua
send you
tree or
some
something.
photos. Yeah, I'll send you some photos that I've taken. I think I'm going to be going up there this summer, because after 4th of July with the boys, because we haven't been up in a couple years, and I really miss it. Mead makes me break out in bad hives.
What
I
is
drink
mead?
Mead's like it's like a really, I don't really know, but it's like a really thick beer that tastes like honey, and it's
Ah,
super high alcohol concentrate. And I drank it one time, and I got weird hives, like on my chest, on my cheeks. It was the
really?
strangest thing. Yeah, I've never had it happen before.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
do
I've
you guys
never
make
even heard of
IPAs?
it.
Yeah,
Huh?
it's really different tasting. It tastes like honey. It's thick. It's very rich tasting drink.
Did you charge your other device? I really want you to play your interview when you're
Oh, you
singing.
do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did.
I mean, I'm serious about it. I didn't even listen all the way through. I was so excited for you to share them.
Oh, it's so silly. There's one, Tracy. I wish I could find it, where I'm singing Bop Shabop.
Oh my God, what, what does it go?
Bop Shabop Shabop. That Cyndi Lauper
Oh,
song.
Shebop. Oh,
Yeah,
Shebop.
Shebop. Yeah,
Yeah.
Shebop.
I love Cyndi Lauper.
I do too. She was talented. Hey, do
I
you guys
remember
make
she was.
IPAs when you make beer? Do you make an IPA, or are you making more of like a stout, or like a wheat beer?
I can't find Aiken's channel.
I'll find it in a second. Hold on a second.
Yeah. Getting. Oh, see, you know what I've never had is a gin and tonic.
I can't drink gin. I got sick,
That's
really
why I
sick
think
off
I
of gin
haven't
and
had it because I think one time I might have drank gin some other way. Maybe when I was little, not little like a baby, but like
when my mom was putting the gin in my baba.
yeah, I got a fucking gin and tonic in my bottle. It's a good summer drink.
I drank it when I was in high school once at a part. It was like an afternoon party, like a barbecue type thing. I think I was about 16 or 17. I drank a lot of it. And it was actually one of the very few times I got sick from drinking. I never get sick from drinking, right? I always had a good tolerance. But this time, the gin made me so deathly ill. I think I had alcohol poisoning or something. I can't drink it ever since, though. Cannot touch
Ugh.
it. The thought of it makes
Have
me
you ever been
uncomfortable.
like so like you got like a little too drunk on a date and maybe like you really wanted to go on a date with that person but you got a little too drunk and then you fucked it up?
Oh, girl, I could tell you some stories, but I've got so many people right now with doing weird shit. I
Yeah.
I don't need to add to the story list, but yeah, I've had some really bizarre dates before.
I went out on a first date with this kid. He was so cute too and he was such a nice person and I really like wanted him to ask me out on a date. I think we worked together in a restaurant. This was a long time ago. I was like in my early 20s and he's very cute. And we went out on a date, and I believe that we took my car, and I ended up drinking a little too much White Russian. And it's very important to eat before you go out,
Oh
before you
yeah,
drink. That is so
especially if you're gonna
important.
drink White Russians too. Those are rich.
Yeah, and I think I had quite a bit of them. And all I remember about the date, don't know where we went, don't know, and I only remember very vague things was that he had to drive my car
Uh-huh.
and I was puking. Like he
Oh
had to keep
no.
pulling over, and I was puking.
Oh
So God knows I got no kiss, right?
no.
And he actually had to like take my car home to his house. And I
Oh
had a nice
no.
car, but I wouldn't usually do that. But I was like, just bring me home. You could take my car, pick me up tomorrow. And I had a good, nice car, like I said. And he was very nice, brought me to my apartment. I had a little efficiency when I was 22. And fucking the next day I called, um, and I think I didn't even remember that my car wasn't there. I think like I have a little note written somewhere that he had put, like to remind me, in case you don't know where your car is, kind of thing.
That was
Yeah,
nice. How
and he brought
thoughtful of
it,
him.
and
That was some that he had a long gaze. That was planning. That was some really good pre-planning he had going on there, right? I mean,
who?
that's your date to leave you a note like that. I would have never thought of that. I would
Yeah,
never.
I think like before I was gone, I'm like, well, what about your phone number? What about your phone? And like he wrote it down, but then I know I was sound asleep. I
I
was
went out.
out like a
I
light.
went out with a girlfriend one night, right, Tracy, and she had a young son who was with the grandma that weekend, so it was like we got had a chance to go out, which was rare because she had her son who was a little kid and a little boy at the time.
Yeah,
So her and I go out from where she lived right down the street from me, and we go out and we go to this one bar and we somehow get separated, which typically happened with us because she tended to take off with people. And I started drinking with these people that I had just met, which happens with me a lot because I tend to be meet people when I'm friendly,
yeah.
So I got absolutely blasted. Now, when before we got separated from one another, we made a plan, and she's like, "Okay, if we get separated, just come back here. There's a key." She told me where her hide key was. It's right here, and just let yourself in. Now, I don't know why. Maybe I wasn't living down the street from her at that time because could have just walked home. So I must have. At one point I lived like 5 houses away. I don't think I did at this point, but I got so completely wasted. I was doing Irish car bombs,
Oh, those are bad. Yeah.
and I don't know how many I did. Somebody who was there, witnesses, said I was like
That Guinness,
seven.
that dark liquor will fuck you up.
I love Guinness, but yeah, they said they saw me do seven, and then they
Oh
left,
God.
so they don't know how. So finally I'm like, I need to go home or back to her place or whatever. So I got a ride
Mm-hmm.
from this friend of mine. I don't remember much of this. Um,
He left you
but
there?
yeah. She would always do that. She had this neighbor she would
Normal.
mess around with, and she'd wind up at his house and stuff. And so I get to her. It was like not an apartment. It was like a duplex type thing. She lived in the back, and she had this big front patio where she had this dog named. She had this cocker spaniel, Francis,
Mm-hmm.
and she had this big patio, and her son had this massive blow up pool, like a kiddie pool, but it was a big one. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this damn hide key, right? I'm looking at, and it was on the ledge of her door, and there's no key, and I'm looking everywhere, and I am wasted. So I don't remember any of this, but her and her neighbor finally get back to her house. This is probably like she said it was like almost 4 in the morning, and she found me. I was asleep. I couldn't get in the house, and I was so shit faced. I didn't know what to do. So I
Mm-hmm.
took the blow up pool and I flipped it over so all the water poured out, and I laid
Oh,
on it, flipped over in the center of it because it was that big. It was like a hammock.
yeah. Oh,
And so when she and this neighbor of hers came walking up to the door, I was asleep in the tipped
oh
over
my
blow up
God.
pool, like a hammock. And
Thank
she was
God you
laughing.
had the sense to dump the water
Oh
out.
yeah. But well, she was wondering too, because she lived, you had to go up these stairs, and because it was big. This wasn't like the little tiny. This was like a massive. You could probably fit 7 people in the damn thing, right? And all the water was dripping down the stairs, and she was like, "What is Stephanie doing up there?" And there I was asleep in the
Oh my
every
God.
second glass of water works. Yeah, that does work really well.
Yeah.
That does work really
Yeah, I
well.
think that if the guy, even, like you would think a guy, if somebody's drunk, and most people's mind thinks, that somebody would try to take advantage. But I think if you throw up first a lot, it kind of turns them off from wanting to take advantage of you.
Oh yeah,
So he
yeah.
actually was like, you know, came up to, inside my house and folded out my fold out couch, 'cause there was an efficiency, so I had a fold out couch. And
Oh,
when I
what a
woke up,
nice
I didn't even
guy.
remember none of it.
What a nice
But he
guy.
never
That's a
asked me out
really.
again. He was so handsome. I screwed it up.
You're
Aiken
so
stock.
handsome.
I couldn't even. That motorcycle was so loud. Did you hear it?
Yeah, yeah. Does it sound like a crotch rocket?
These motorcycles, and you know what? Sometimes they're not even motorcycles. They're those those cars that they soup up like the fast, those Chinese
Your
cars.
dogs wear pajamas? Aiken has the cutest dogs. They're these hunting dogs. I believe
It
are
looks like a lab. It looks like a lab.
oh, they're beautiful. They're these big, um, almost like American bulldog looking mixed with labs. That's so cute. They wear pajamas. Teddy used to wear things sometimes, but he won't let me do it
And
anymore. He gets mad.
I put like a sweater on Roscoe one time, but he took it off immediately.
Yeah, Teddy
Get the
he doesn't
shit
like
out.
wearing anything. He'll dress up for Halloween. That's about it. But he's been a hot dog 2 years in a row now.
Oh my god. I one time, the other not the other week, but I don't know, maybe a month ago, I had gone to this hot dog stand ice cream place with my daughter,
Uh,
and this people came in with, it's outside, and these people came with these two huge dogs that even like their bark was scary. Like one of them was a German Shepherd, and the other one was something else. And here goes freaking Roscoe, like he's gonna kick both their asses.
Teddy's an idiot like that too. I don't know what he's thinking all the time. He goes after big dogs too, and I'm just like, dude, what's your problem, man? Like that dog could eat you in one bite. You know what I mean? Like he would just
Yeah.
well, and the funny thing is though, is he'll bark when I'm walking him and Rocky, and he'll bark and he'll act all vicious. But when the bigger dog gets close, he hides under Rocky's hind legs. He'll like tuck tail and then go run and hide
Oh,
like a little coward. It's so funny. Yeah, he gets okay. Oops. Oh God, I hate him. Okay, so here's a Egan. I hope you don't mind that I do this. Here's Egan's channel if you want to see the big trees.
okay. Do you want me to put you on full screen?
Oh, I don't know how to share my screen from my cell phone. I gotta find
Oh,
my
oh, I thought you were gonna show it. Oh, you're gonna put the link in then, right?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I put the link
Yeah.
in there. Yeah,
Oh,
His dogs are beautiful though. They're I can't remember what they're called. Aiken,
that
they're
looks like a yellow lab.
yeah, they in that picture they do, but not I haven't seen them in person, but in video they look. I'm trying to think of the name of these dogs. Um,
Industry, you can put your channel too,
okay, so let
Tiffany.
me find.
Tiffany always takes hers on and off.
I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just not.
You
I'm
got
just
over 1,000 subscribers. Aren't you monetized?
no. I used to be, but then they took it away.
Why?
Well, because they changed the requirements. So I was monetized years ago, a long, long time ago. You mentioned so funny. You know how much money I made? You're gonna die. Guess.
What?
In my whole monetization of my YouTube channel, I made $42.
Really?
That's it. Yeah, $42. And they never even gave it to me because you have to hit at least 100 to get paid out. Bullshit.
I heard
So I was like,
Byron saying he made 123 this past month, and I
he
think, don't
shouldn't
you
be
have to have that
monetized.
AdSense too?
Yeah, the AdSense is how you monetize is how you monetize the channel, and then you can place ads or paid promotions and within your videos, so you can like click the timeline of your video in the editor on YouTube Studio, and then you can place ads. You drop them like little yellow dots.
So
And
YouTube put in, so YouTube, because I heard that the AdSense kind of pays you as separately, but YouTube usually is like $5 per 1,000 views.
I don't know how they do it now. I have no idea. Back then, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at my analytics again because it was so. I had a few videos get like decent, not even a decent, just like kind of a lot of views. Like I think I have one video on my channel. They're all hidden now, but I have one video on there. I think it has like 40,000 views. was about this
Mm.
feminist named Donna Hilton, who I didn't like.
Mm.
And then I did another video on Lenny Kravitz when he was performing and his pants split and his junk fell out. He didn't have any underwear on.
Really? I
Yeah.
didn't know that. I'll
Oh,
have to
it's
look that
funny.
up.
Oh, I'll hide it for you. It's the funniest video. That one got
Wow.
like 25,000 views. And then my vaccine videos used to get a lot of views. Um, and then I used to debunk this truther named Dabu, who he's kind of an idiot. And those ones got a little bit of views. But other than that, I don't get that many views. But back then they would do it per engagement. So depending on how long people would stay on your video, they would pay you per click, if somebody
Hmm.
watched the whole ad or if they clicked on the ad, you get paid a different rate. So it was like an engagement based payout.
I
But
think that if, like, because before I was trying to do those officer involved shootings, right?
uh
And the stories are interesting, but I think my voice isn't like yours. You have to have a good voice for
you have a
things.
good voice. Tracy, listen, why do they have so many actresses that have played different characters with voices that sound similar to you? They wouldn't put somebody on TV or in a show or cast them as a role
Yeah,
or
but
use
they're
them.
not spokespeople. They're a character, like that's visual. I think
You
if
have to be a
somebody, if you
character to do
listen,
true. You think you are a character. You're your own character, and I think there's
no, not if you know how you were saying your video, like I feel like from what you just said about your channel, that the videos that were the informative ones did great, but the videos when you started to debunk people and possibly rub people the wrong way, that's
yes.
when things might have went awry.
It was more so not even the debunking videos isn't when it went awry. It's when I started getting trolled and I was responding back. That's
But
when
is
things.
that what brought the trolls? Was the debunking video?
No, it was. I left a comment one time on somebody's video, and this one person took issue with it because it was kind of a brazen comment. You know how I get, and they said I was Monograph's daughter, right? And it was
Hmm.
I'm friends with the person now, and it was really funny at the time. But I didn't know who Monograph was, and I didn't know how to respond to this because it was such an outrageous thing to say to me. I don't know this guy. Obviously, I'm not his daughter. So I Googled his name and I came across this creepy ass video of this guy with this checkered mask on. It was like this murder rape story. I'm like, who
Right.
the hell is this guy? Why does he think I'm his daughter? So the only thing in my mind logically to do to that, in response to that, would be to do a parody of this guy with my own checkered mask on with a big bow in my hair and be like, okay, you guys got me. I'm his daughter, right?
Right. But I feel like I like to research, but I don't like the way I I'm not as computer experience experienced as you. Like even with the editing of things and everything, and putting things
I
together.
do it. Yeah, I do it on my phone. I do most of it on my. I'm too lazy and um.
But see, I
I
don't
have.
mind the research part of it, and it would be cool if we could do a different. I know you don't mind it either, but
Uh-uh.
like
I love it.
I feel like if we could start just move to a
A
different
theme,
channel.
like a themed show, like a themed, where we do like we do discussion. We research something for a week and then we talk about it, like different mysteries or true crime. I love
Yeah, like
I don't
stuff
love
like that. I
officer.
love true crime too.
I
I
do
really
too. It's
do.
interesting. Um, the officer involved shootings are really interesting. They're kind of a dark topic, but I find
Well, the
Tony Timpa.
thing
When you
with the
said Tony
show,
Timpa, I about fell out of my chair. I couldn't believe you knew who he was.
I couldn't believe his mother reached out to me
That's incredible.
on the
You did a good
Facebook
job.
thing.
You did it.
Yeah,
The atrocity guide. No, I haven't seen that. The atrocity guide. What's it? What kind of channel is it?
I never
You know
heard
who
of
else I
it.
like? The history guy. Agent 19 always plays the history guy or the history man or whatever his name is on his channel. He's a really good, interesting channel.
I like that it's called That Chapter. And this is the thing, though. Have you ever seen that girl? She's real pretty, and she does her makeup while she
Yes,
tells
the
a
true
murder.
crime. Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
she's articulate, isn't she? She's a smart girl.
but and she does her makeup.
Yeah,
You know
she
what I'm
does her
talking about?
makeup too. Yeah, it's Makeup and a
Makeup
Mystery or
and
something like
Murder.
that.
Yeah,
Makeup and
Makeup and
Murder.
Murder.
Yeah, yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen her before.
she's really pretty.
She is
And
pretty.
yeah, and she'll go, I have it in my noggin or something, you know, like she's got
Yeah,
tattoos and everything.
yeah,
And
yeah, she's
I
cute.
saw the other day, she had put a video up and it was like 6 hours old and she had over 1 million views already.
Oh yeah, some of these people get an incredible amount of views. I don't know how. I think it's luck. A lot of it's luck of the draw, but oh, I like weird stories and things like that. You know what I watched a lot of, Tracy, and this is kind of funny, but I watch a lot of Australian news type shows, like 60 Minutes Australia. I watch a lot of their Sky News. I don't know why. Um,
I go to every, because I think we run out of the stories here. That's one thing I would like for us to do. If we were going to do weird stories,
yeah,
to do weird stories that people don't cover. Because I
yeah.
see a lot of the same stories over and over. So, but the officer involved shooting ones,
Mm-hmm.
not that, I'm just saying, for example, you can
Mm-hmm.
look up a list of, people who died bear attacks, okay?
Actually, you
You
want to know
know, and
something interesting? Yeah, black bears haven't killed anybody in like, oh my God, it's been, I don't even know if, I think black bears have only killed one person. They don't attack typically, little black
right,
bears
but
don't.
I mean, just as an example of like the
Oh.
list that you can get on, and then because that's how I was doing the officer involved shootings. I just took a list from a month of officer involved shootings
Mm-hmm.
in March 2015,
Mm-hmm.
and then I would go and I would Google everything I could about it, and I mean, it was like turning into a full time job, you know. I had all my notes and everything, and the thing was, I didn't know how to do a video with editing and all that.
Yeah,
I would just film my cat.
I would have these grandiose ideas for the videos, right? Like I'd have this great, okay, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna research, I'm gonna put out this amazing video, and then I'd get to the execution part of the video with that, and that's where I'd drop the ball. Then I'd be like, I was taking too, because I want to do it fast, right? I have the
Yeah,
ability to take time and really research boring stuff, documents, listening to things, reading through, statistics, and I'll do that all day. But
yeah.
then when it comes down to the actual execution of the video and the presentation, I have a hard time clipping out unneeded text. Do you know what I mean? Like unneeded commentary. I have a hard time reducing it down to like a bite-sized, good, good amount of explanation. It gets too long and then I get over it. And yeah, that's
That's
my
why
problem.
it'd be good if we did it as a live stream and
Do you
maybe
think so? And where it can
be
just
funny
flow?
too as well because I like that guy, That Chapter. Have you ever watched him? He's like an Irish guy.
Mm-mm. No, I'll have to
Oh
look at.
my God. He's funny. He's funny. And he's doing true crime. And he's
Oh, he
about 20,
is?
his video is about 20 minutes long. And every time he says three, he goes tree,
Tree.
tree.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
Have you
Cause
have you seen the English guy who's the engineer who makes all those crazy ass inventions? He's made like rocket fueled like trench coats, and he makes all these crazy. He's an aerospace
no,
engineer.
uh-uh.
He's kind of like a Mark Roble, but not as big yet. He's really
I don't even know
interesting.
who Mark Roble is.
Oh, Mark Roble is this NASA engineer who does the um, porch pirate glitter bomb package, where the people steal the package and they open it and there's cameras and glitter goes flying everywhere. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh God, it's so
Uh-uh.
funny. He catches
I
people.
go through stages of the things that I'll watch on
Yeah.
YouTube, and I get like hooked, and I'll like binge watch it,
Yeah.
and then like there was this one these twins, and they're just it's like they're young, like you could tell early 20s or whatever, probably older actually, because they talk about some of their friends are YouTubers who got involved during a time when it was easier to get monetized
Uh-huh.
and they're actually making a lot of money. But this was like a dating one they did, like an
Oops.
elimination dating.
Uh-huh.
And that was pretty interesting. I liked that. And then one of their friends would do a where they were on Tinder,
Mm-hmm.
and they were just he was funny. The guys would be responding for the girl. It was the guys, her
Uh,
friends were there, and they'd
yes,
respond in these conversations. And the guy was really funny. His responses, and I would just crack up watching it. And the other one I would watch was Sylvester the Talking Cat. Did you ever watch that?
yes, I used. Didn't he die? Didn't that little cat
Killed
die?
himself.
That guy's voiceover work for that cat was brilliant. Sometimes
Wasn't it amazing?
he
That was the
was
first
so
channel I
funny.
ever subbed to.
Oh, he was so funny. I mean,
Oh my
when he would have the other cats talk to, and when they would get a new cat and all that,
yes,
and they would be like jealous.
Gibson.
Oh
Yep,
yeah,
Gibby's son and
yeah,
Gibbs. Oh my God. And
he
that
was so
Sylvester
funny.
was so funny when he was like drinking the catnip wine and stuff.
Yes,
Oh my God. And
he
the
went
cat looked just
crazy.
like he was saying it.
Yeah, he looked loaded, right? That
It
guy's
just
channel
looked
was so.
incredible. And I
Yeah.
can't believe because the guy, Steve Cash, who did it, um, he would talk every once in a while. He'd say some words at the end, and he talked about his fight with depression. And
Yes.
that, and when he
Yes.
would take breaks and not make videos, it was, because of his fight with depression. And I was so sad to hear that he lost his fight with depression and killed himself.
He did.
Yeah, he killed himself with shotgun. Yeah.
Oh
And the dog that
no.
had been, Colby or whatever, the dog
Yeah.
that turned blind, she got blind. And,
Because of the
and that was in the
heartbreak.
video.
Oh,
Yeah, and so he gave the dog went to live with one of his friends, and the wife kept the cat, and Sylvester, the cat, recently died. It said
oh
that,
God, Tracy. Oh, that's so sad.
yeah, that he lost his fight with depression. That it was so
Oh
sad
God.
to me.
That's such a
Yeah.
hard, that is such a hard struggle to cope with.
Especially when
When
someone's so funny.
well, depressed people typically do have good senses of humor. Um, that guy was in so much pain. That was his only way out. Like he was in so much pain at that moment that he just would do anything for it to end. And that was
Isn't that
his
so
only
sad?
option. It breaks my heart. I've felt that kind of pain before. You know what I mean? Where I'm thinking this isn't going to get better, and it's so hopeless and scary, right? So it just makes me
And for
sad.
him to think not to be so much, like you just said, so much in pain at that time, to
Yeah,
not think about his animals. I find that so amazing that he didn't think about what Sylvester would end up doing and the
he
dog that had.
probably had a plan for them, and he was probably so depressed at that point where he was in a debilitated state to where he was having a hard time even taking care of the animals properly. I bet, and so he probably
Maybe.
rationalized it with they would be better off with an owner who. See, that's
Yeah.
the thing though, is pain always heals. It always heals, and I
Yes.
feel yeah.
Yes.
I
I
I
mean,
used to
because like you said, been times when you're thinking things won't get better, and then,
oh, yeah.
maybe even the next day, you feel
Oh,
so different. And
yeah.
I think about those people who have taken their lives at that moment of
Yes,
despair, what the
yes.
next day might have brought.
Oh my god, or even the next hour sometimes it's a
Hmm.
really complicated pain is a complicated emotion, right? And it can be so just overwhelming and nobody wants to hurt. But
Hi,
y
Deadeye.
hi there, Deadeye.
Hi. I
Mhm,
actually, the Hollywood sign. Well, of course you do. You live in California. The Hollywood
mhm.
sign.
Yeah,
Um, and I guess like years ago, it used to say Hollywood Land. And the movie, not the movie, the show Family Affair. Um, I don't know if you remember that because
I
you're
do.
young.
I do
You do.
remember that. Mhm.
Well, the father on that show, or whoever he was, the uncle or the father, um, his mother, her name was Peg Entwistle, something like that, and she was an actress in in well, she wanted to be. She was a striving actress in Hollywood and L.A. whatever, and she ended up not getting a lot of roles. So she had auditioned for this part for like something that could have changed her career. But at some point between learning if she got the role or not, she felt like whatever and went to the D on the land part of the Hollywood land and
Mm-hmm.
jumped and killed herself. And the thing was that she ended up having the role. If she when she got home, she would have seen in the mail that they had mailed her that she got the role. That's so
It's a,
weird. Something just it's a bird. Something was just like on my air conditioner, like making noise and stuff. Like so weird.
um, oh yeah, it's
What do you mean, Buffy?
good.
Oh, Buffy on Family Affair. He ended up killing himself too. The Buffy, I think she died of drug overdose, right? When she was 18.
A lot of creativity can stem from a very painful psyche, right? Like a lot of
Absolutely.
creativity stems from pain and humor and stuff
Absolutely.
like that. It's
Because
interesting.
I used to write a lot of stuff, and I remember someone saying to me, "You only write when you're in pain, right?" And that's true.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. And
yeah. I think that a lot of things come, a lot of, believe it or not, beautiful things can come from pain, right? Like
yeah, look
a
at
lot of
Kurt Cobain and look at Robin Williams. That was so
oh, that was
shock.
shocking, wasn't it? Well, but it's not so. It really, honestly, wasn't surprising though, because typically people who are have that disposition do suffer from severe depression. It was shocking, but it almost kind of wasn't at the same time, if that makes sense. But
I heard a story one time. It's just like a story where the guy, you might have heard it before, where this guy goes to the doctor and says that, I'm just so sad all the time. I just can't get happy. I don't find myself laughing anymore or anything. And the doctor said, and the guy said, I've tried everything. The doctor says, there's at the town square there's this clown, and every day he'll perform. And on the days when I'm feeling really down, I go there and I watch him, and he makes me feel really better. He makes me laugh and everything. Maybe you should try it. And the guy looks at him with a tear in his eye and says, "Doctor, I am the clown." Yeah,
Aiken
it's just
just ate a large bag of Doritos, hot sauce, and a half a bottle of wine.
oh, that sounds good.
That's
That's so many
was it a
Doritos.
white wine?
Excellent.
Doritos are a solid chip, aren't they? Like, you can't go
I think
wrong with a
so.
good fresh Dorito.
I know.
You
What do you
can't
mean?
do it.
A truther said that the new Melinda Gates is Robin Williams. What?
Oh God. The celebrity, my friend, a celebrity, he's put out this whole series for years now that Alex Jones is actually built. Are you familiar with Bill Hicks, Tracy, the
No.
comedian?
Uh-uh.
No?
No.
Oh God, Bill Hicks is good.
I've
He's
never heard of
funny.
them. You
Oh,
know
you
what
need
really
to
gets
like
me
him.
now? I'm wondering if a truther is like what I'm thinking, like somebody who like is stuck on like a subject. Because Richard Simmons.
Yeah, where
It
did he
really,
go?
yeah. There's no goddamn way
He just
that guy
disappeared. Mm-hmm.
will just disappear. There's no effing way. And the guy who was doing a podcast, and it was like dedicated to where's Richard Simmons. Now he got taken off the air. He was getting in trouble for it, and I find it really hard to believe that um, the cops went to the house and the maid answered the door, and supposedly Richard Simmons, waved from the upstairs window and said, "I'm okay."
Oh,
How do they know somebody didn't have a gun to him in there?
I'm sure he's not hostage. Maybe he's just old and he feels uncomfortable with his appearance now.
Yeah,
Oh,
but no, because he would teach a class at like he had a gym that was there, and in LA or wherever he lived. But he had a gym that he would teach a class there,
I'm
and
gonna find him for you, Tracy. I'm gonna find
all of
Richard
a
Simmons for
sudden
you.
he wouldn't go. He stopped going, and the place just went into disrepair. No, like the people who were members there and the people who worked there, the next day after
Maybe
everything being normal.
maybe he
He
got
just
Parkinson's or
he got
dementia.
what?
Maybe he got Parkinson's or dementia.
Mm-mm. Something happened to him.
Hey, have you seen the podcast? It's on YouTube though too, called Cold. It's a true crime podcast. They did it
Uh,
about this. You've never seen it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you would love it. I'm gonna
You
send it
know
to
that there's
you.
a podcast that talked about Tom Reed.
Yeah, it's not really a podcast. It's like a half-ass podcast, if you ask me. But
It was
I
like
know
a
who.
radio show or something, I think.
Oh, they're for real?
Yeah, and they talk about that they had come across something, and you know, they're like a radio show,
Oh,
and
I
they
don't
would
know that. He didn't.
that really that's you know what I'm gonna say. I don't think he's a murderer. I do not. But I
Absolutely not. The guy who live streams his entire life. Like he'd be the stupidest murderer that ever
right,
existed. You know what I mean?
I would believe that somebody was watching him and wanted to try to maybe frame him or
You
make
got to think
him.
about it like this. You got to think about it like this.
Mhm.
In order to commit a murder, you have to have, several things going on. You have to have typically a motive, whether that's, there's a triggering moment within people to commit murder. And there's a very small percentage of people that have this this malfunction in their brain, right? That makes them capable of murder. Okay. And typically people who are murderers, not all the time, but typically they're very mm, they're reclusive, right? But you got the ones of it. Tom might have, you know, reactiveness in his personality sometimes, but he does not have the capability of being a murderer. He's very compassionate with certain things and very kind and things like that. He gets explosive at some certain people, but that's just his. Some people say
Right,
that's
but I think it's not hard to there's a lot of murders in Detroit, so I think it's not hard to believe that somebody who perhaps wanted to try to make it look like somebody else was doing it.
um I think that unfortunately for his case, in his case, because I spent a long time debunking these people saying this, and the unfortunate thing that
He accused so much.
well, not that, but it's like they don't really track the murders or the deaths of working girls in Detroit. So there's not
They
a
do.
lot of data. So I was going to put together a piece one time where I was like, okay, look at the odds of a girl surviving in the streets of Detroit are this. Um, then the odds of the amount of girls who die from drug overdose or whatever are this. There's no data. There's literally none, zero. So it's hard
Oh,
to.
on the amount of I've done the
Yeah.
same thing to see if anybody has ever investigated them. Those cops don't investigate them.
No, they don't. But here's the thing that I did do when who was it? One of the girls died, was hit by a car. She actually had a news article come out, and I was able to take the time of the news article, match it up to his YouTube channel, find where he was that particular moment in time where they gave a range of when she was hit and killed. And it just so happened at that period of time, he was driving either to Detroit or from Detroit. I believe he was driving to. And so it was impossible for him to have been the one that hit her, right? Because he was
I
in his
never
car.
thought Tom was a murderer, but I do think that even that old man Bob that was leaving stuff on his could have been somebody who was watching him and possibly following Tom and doing those things.
Could be. That guy was scary. He showed up again in a chat. I saw that name come up in a chat again. It creeped me out, and I couldn't find the channel afterwards. But
Hi,
yeah, it could
Chatty
be.
Mandy.
I think the reason he gets accused of that is because you have that knucklehead Laura, who came up with that idea after it was a situation with them, and I think it
Mhm.
was unfortunate that she focused on that the way she did because there's nothing worse than being accused of being a murderer. I've had people accuse me for years for getting in a car accident with a 15-year-old boy, and him dying because of the accident we were in. And there, considering my real story, what happened with me and my accident with the guy on the bike, but this boy who died, my friend would happen to be the first responder to that scene of that accident. This guy I knew,
Mm-hmm.
because it happened really close to when my accident happened. He just so happened to call me and tell me about it. And so they picked an accident that was kind of close to home. And Tracy, I still have people not even a month ago saying that I ran this young 15-year-old boy over and I'm a murderer. It's a horrible thing to be accused of just simply because it's such I don't know, it's a heinous
So,
act.
yeah, it's horrible.
Like the fact that people could possibly think of you in that low of a opinion. Oh, you're capable of taking another person's life. That's how shitty we think you are. Nah, nah. I took it really
You know,
personal.
chatting with Angie, Tiffany?
Yeah, I know Angie. I know Angie. I used to go over to her channel every now and then, but at the
Angie, this is
time,
Tiffany that I'm always saying Tiffany, and the other day they were saying Tiffany. Yeah, this is Tiffany.
my channel used to be Nacho Concern, but I deleted that one, and I'm just going to use my main that I've had a long time now. I'm not going to do too much. Yeah, I used to go over to Angie's chat, but at the time I had so much drama going on with Ollie and all that stuff. Like everywhere I went, it kind of followed. So I stayed away from certain channels because I didn't want to drag my drama boat with me and have it
It's
ruin.
sad when that
Sometimes
happens.
it can ruin things sometimes.
You know what, though? The other day, it was Rourke, Mr. Rourke,
Hmm.
left some message saying, I can't remember exactly what he said, but I do remember the last sentence was, and you're probably the only person on YouTube that trusts Tiffany. And that actually
Yeah,
made me feel
idiot.
good. That
Yeah,
actually made me
idiot.
feel good because I was like, yeah. I wrote back. I go, I kind of felt bad after, but for some reason I couldn't edit it. I couldn't edit the comment, but I call it. I said, well, nothing that you were saying on Debbie's was true because he went like off on Debbie saying a shitload of lies,
Oh, he
about
said all
me
kinds of rotten stuff
and
about me too,
Moonchild
and
and
yeah,
people.
he said all kinds of stupid shit about
Yeah.
me on that live. That was
And
okay.
I said, and Tiffany is my friend. I'm like, so, and I did call him a low life. And I felt bad afterwards because I'm like, he's not really a low life, but,
I think he is, but that's just me. I think he's a
but who
snake in
is
the
he
grass,
to be
but
putting
whatever.
anybody down when he was, the other night when Byron was running that live stream, I couldn't, comment and defend myself because Rourke blocked me.
He's a snake in the grass. I wouldn't even unblock him ever again. He's just a troublemaker.
He's
He's a
not blocked. I try not to block everyone.
Yeah, I know, right? I have a
But
blocking problem. Yeah, Deadeye, you know what? You're right, because I think that's there's some people that really get attacked. It's easy to feel nurturing towards those girls because they don't get any type of their interactions are so abnormal with people. They don't have any healthy interactions. But the problem with it is that I found is like you give and give and give, and then there's no results, right? And you start to feel duped, and then you don't see any improvement, and then you realize, like, what am I doing? You're just contributing. But it's like the weird men that get all attached to certain women. You know what I mean? With that, like, who are interviewed, you have these guys that, like, offer to move them to their homes and get them sober and stuff like that. I agree with you. I think
do
honestly
that?
they should, for all the murders, they should just start investigating Terry.
Oh, I know. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Terry,
He
but
looked a
not
little
sorry.
too thrilled when that girl had that needle in her neck. Hi, Willow. Um, yeah. Did you see that video, Tiffany?
Which one?
But have learned not to judge people by what others say. That's great, ministry, that you've learned that because that's something that I think a lot of people need to learn because Tiffany's one of the best people I've ever met on YouTube or
Oh,
off, but I mean, I'm proud to have Tiffany as my friend. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, I
Listen to me.
appreciate
I don't
that.
care what anybody says. Tiffany's like, and I don't care
Thank
what
you,
anybody says
ministry.
about you.
I appreciate that ministry. And I got off to a rocky start. I don't know why we butted heads, but we just got over it one day, and we've always been cool ever since. I appreciate that nice comment too. And Tracy, you make me cry all the time, but I'm not a total dick. I can just be kind of, I
I
don't
think
know what.
you're just strong. You're a strong person. And people don't
Well,
like that. They don't like people who stand by their convictions because, their conviction might be against them. They might be doing something, and they don't
I've
want.
learned, yeah, the projection is strong. I've learned about 99% of the time these people are projecting on, you know what I mean? It's a very, this isn't this. I always say this is everybody's escape room from their real lives, right? Everybody needs to have a place to go, or something to distract them from what's going on in their lives. I know I use it for that.
The internet. Yeah, and I do
Yeah.
think that I find it where people would say pen pals or you can meet somebody over anything. So when people say, oh, those aren't, you know, real this or real that, I think that you do eventually learn about people and who shows traits in them and themselves that whether they live down the street and you went to school with them or you
Mm-hmm.
meet them on the internet, there's someone
Mm-hmm.
that you want in your life.
Absolutely. I mean, I consider you a real life friend. You know what I mean?
Me too.
If
I
YouTube were to
consider it.
blow up, it would be. I'm glad you changed ministry. I didn't like the old you. Oh boy.
But glad you changed ministry. I didn't like the old you.
I don't know if she
Oh, but
changed. I don't know if she
no,
changed necessarily. Because I like
what she
mine.
means is there was an incident where ministry wasn't herself one night, and ministry didn't. Ministry wasn't ministry's. This ministry that is
Yeah.
the real her. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
okay. Yeah. We
Yeah,
all have those moments. We all have those
yeah. And but
moments.
that was the first time Willow met her, and so that's why Willow. I was so adamant when I kept trying to. I wasn't on the panel, so I wasn't able to speak, but I was trying to say it in the live stream. And that's when, Rachel Reed had started her Miss Bubbles, Tracy did
Yeah.
this, and you say that's against the rules. But it was like
She sleeps during the day.
I do. I
She
sleep
keeps
during the day. We
she
have
keeps
electricity now. See, everybody doesn't have to sleep at night. That used to be back in the days when they would say the early bird gets the worm. That's
yeah.
because they had to work by daylight. They didn't have
Yeah.
electricity way back then, but now they
Angie
do.
thought all her mods were her friends, but LOL, yeah, right. Yeah, unfortunately the relationships on here, Angie, they become very fickle, man. I had an interesting I can't talk about it, but I had an interesting thing happen recently where I got to have a pretty organic look at the character of some people and what they're willing to do if they're under the presumed assumption that they're going to remain anonymous, right? They're
Oh
not going
God,
to.
I know.
Was that not
I know. I
shocking?
know what you're
I'm
talking
not going to
about,
talk
and
about it. Yeah, I can't talk about it, but man, oh man,
I
shocking,
know that's
shocking.
shocking. And nobody would believe me fully. Even I don't even think
Oh God.
yourself. You know.
Look,
And
it's funny because the thing that the common theme with these people is it wasn't not one was a stranger to me, and all these people at one point I had a somewhat solid-ish friendship with them, right? Like the one in particular, I did a lot for, but the other ones, it was like, whoa, you got to be kidding me. People are really fickle on here, Angie. I mean, yeah, and unfortunately, you don't find a lot of loyalty, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend attitude is taken way too seriously over here. The minute the enemies change, I think that's why people don't like me, Tracy, is because I stay loyal to my,
yeah,
like Tom, for
stand by your
instance.
convictions.
I
Yeah.
like Tom, for instance. I defend him, and I'll continue to defend him, not just because of what, but it's just, I won't bend on that. I will not bend. Um,
That's
you,
why,
like
and
you're
Angie's
my
here right
friend. I
now.
don't give a
Yeah.
shit what anybody says. You're my
Oh, I
friend.
was surprised when you like came right out with that on Tom too, and he didn't give you that hard of a time, but I
Yeah,
think he
yeah.
keeps expecting you to deny something like that, but you
No
don't, and
way.
I think yeah,
No way. No way. No, I would either deny you as no. That's no way. I've never ever do that. And I think,
and
that's
I think he keeps expecting you to do that, knowing that everybody in that room is waiting for
no
the
way.
one, somebody who's stuck by me, adamantly been on, panels, arguing for me. And I think that one person there, not that only one person has done it, but I'm
Hmm.
saying I don't think they expected you and I to become friends.
Well, yeah,
Anybody did. I don't think anybody did.
yeah, I can understand why that's my fault, but I think,
I don't think it's your fault. I
yeah,
think it's,
I kind of what I mean, I think so, but at the end of the day, I think people were probably more shocked when Debbie and I were friends for that split second. I think that was probably, or Laura, when Laura and I were pretend friends for 30 seconds. She didn't want to chop me
yeah.
up into little pieces and wear my skin as lingerie.
And yeah, that's Angie. I hope she's still here because I I wondered if she got a chance to look at that channel that I sent her, that one Laura's letter or whatever it is, where she's doing a cartwheel in the avatar.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, and I
There's
just
some things going on there, I think, with personality like things. So I know a little bit more now about her and enough to be uh,
I'm
empathetic.
not being
But
mean, but
but it's
I
very,
feel
yeah.
like
It's
yeah.
very weird. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, she told me one day she was going to show up to my location and tie me to the back of a truck and drag my body behind the truck until I died, and then piss on me and bury me in a shallow grave.
I can
And
believe it that she did
I was
because
like,
that day when James D said
uh-huh.
"What's up, Chunky?" to her,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and it didn't even like occur to her that you didn't say it,
No,
right?
no, yeah, no, I
And you
didn't.
weren't even there,
No, I
but she
wasn't.
went off on you,
Well,
and
then
you
she
weren't
told me
even
that one time
there,
I
and
was
you
there
didn't
that
say
she was
it.
going to slit my throat.
And she said, that she was famous and sang the Star Spangled Banner, and you
She does
know,
have a good voice. Her voice isn't bad. She does. She sings better than I do, which is not
she's
saying
pretty.
much.
She is pretty.
And she is a pretty girl. She's a pretty girl. She's just very. She has a lot of emotion sometimes and
I'm not
anger.
gonna lie, you two sound alike and look alike.
Oh God, if you ever see her, say that to her and watch her downward spiral from that.
I really, truly thought that. Uh,
She wouldn't have took that.
not
She would
truly
not
thought,
take
but
that as a
truly thought
compliment.
you sounded just like her in that one where the whole panel over there on P was
Mm-hmm.
arguing.
On
Remember
T.
that? On,
Yeah.
Pissin Excellence.
Oh, on P. Yeah, that's when she said she was going to slit my throat.
No, it was when they were arguing about the George Floyd with CVX.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was
Remember
so
that?
funny.
And
Oh God, that was some of the
all
funniest
Pissin
shit.
Excellence could keep saying was, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. And the whole panel was fucking in uproar. And then CVX, Laura went on this whole long spiel. And then CVX made some noise. Remember that?
The funniest was when CVX had her incident, though. That I know I shouldn't laugh at it. I personally still think it's fake,
It's
but
Tiffany. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, Pissany. Oh God, I wonder.
Tiffany.
But normally she calls me by name. Well, isn't that Jose? Isn't 805
Yeah, it is
Jose?
Jose.
Yeah. See 805, I know who you are. Um. Oh, he probably knows me as Nacho. That's why. Yeah, Nacho's died. We
Not
had to
sure.
bury Nacho in the backyard. Um. But Yeah, when CVX had that incident, I it's not funny.
Did she really have an incident? Or?
You didn't hear my recording of it? I screen recorded it. They
No,
claim
I
she did.
never
I
did.
think it was fake, honestly. Either that or she got super drunk really fast, but it was,
Or do you
she's
think
a,
somebody like cloned her? Or
no, she was on the panel and she was struggling.
really?
Yeah, I'll
CVX is
send you the
another
video.
one that really surprised me, but I think
She
she was
shocked
getting
me.
lied to.
Her and Prudently were the two most disappointing people on here to date.
Prudently, man.
Yeah. Prudently
That
shocked
fucking
me. Prudently,
really
you shock me.
shocked
You
me.
are a shit bag and a half, man. Phew, girl.
I
She hid
couldn't,
it good for
like,
so long too. She hid that so long, right?
she fucking came out, like, full force, though,
Yes,
lately. She's
yeah,
friends
yeah,
with Jules now.
yeah. When she dropped that act, man, she dropped it
Big
like
time.
I mean, yeah, 180. No, this is who I am. I
And
suck.
nobody will even, like, would even think, and still
Yeah,
probably would, like, if Prudently came up to them and said, hello, on YouTube,
yeah,
they still
yeah,
would be nice to her because, you know, that it's Prudently, and
yeah.
they think of her as somebody who I held in such high regard.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah,
She was always so cohesive and responsible in her commenting and her thoughts, right? She was always so responsible, a
that's right.
responsible thinker. And then all of a
Yeah,
sudden
that's
she just
what I
went
saw.
batshit and turned into the biggest shit bag ever. Yeah, I'm
And the only
saying it
thing I could
prudently. I'm not
think is
afraid of
like
you.
her text to me after, like, I was really sad, and I was saying, but Prudently, the thing is that you have a family there, you have a house with noise in it, and a husband who loves you. I said, right now I just feel so alone, and I'm just going through all these screenshots because somebody had been saying receipts, receipts, and so I was looking through screenshots, and it got me feeling down. And she texted me back, which I didn't see till, like a couple of days later, but it was about me having to find Jesus Christ, and I
Yeah.
should let her help me find Jesus Christ and get Jesus Christ and God in my life and
Well,
everything.
listen, if anybody needs to find Jesus, it's her, okay? Because prudently, you are not following in the footsteps of Jesus. Okay, if you're a Christian and you claim to be Christian, Jesus does not approve of your recent activities. I'm just going to say it. I'm throwing it out there. It's okay. We all stumble as Christians, right? We all have our moments where we're not very Christianly, and we can repent. We can come back from those, right? But you really need to do some inward reflection, girl. And I'm not your keeper. I'm not. This is just my opinion. But man, your behavior lately is disappointing. It's shocking. It is
When,
shocking. I
when
was
I saw
blown
that
away.
stuff on Spaceman's own
Oh, Tracy, that would have
video,
broke my heart. I would have been so upset. I was so mad when
that
I saw that. It was
yeah,
on a 6-month-old video, and she goes, "Why are you looking for old comments?" No, girl, that comment was 2 days old. Why are you
yeah.
commenting on 6-month-old videos like a creep? What a
She told me
weirdo.
to get counseling and mental health help because I
Yeah.
found it.
Yeah, she got caught. And see, that's when people's true colors typically come out, is when they get busted out like that and it's really embarrassing or it's really bad behavior. That's what men do that a lot. You notice that men will do that when they're caught lying or, doing something stupid.
Yeah.
Go
But the
find
thing
Jesus. Is
is
he hiding
that
or some
there's
shit?
Vlad and Izzy and them, and and Jules, of course, that are, and herself. What kills me is that herself prudently can go be around Jersey with Jules, knowing that what she did and how prudently had
Well, here's
supported
the thing,
me.
Tracy. Here's the thing, Tracy, is these people, there's one word for them, okay? One word. They're spineless. It's true. They're just spineless. And two words, and shameless. So they're able to convince themselves of a convenient truth that is not a truth out of the necessity of just groupthink, right? Um, there's no they don't have any convictions. They don't have any moral compass or like character. So, you know, uh,
You see what Jose said? That's what I think happened with Ace, because in one of Ace's videos, um, I come across now the particular video had 76 comments or something, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking and I see one from Ace in there, and it says, Jose, why do you keep emailing my housemate? It's creepy. And it was from Ace, but there was nothing from Jose there. And how would he possibly see something that's hidden within 76 comments? So I'm thinking that there was probably someone who had cloned him as
Mm-hmm.
Jose,
Mm-hmm.
and that's who she was talking to. And then that, um, but then again, if she had responded to a comment that somebody as a clone had made and then they deleted their own comment, hers would
Mm-hmm.
have disappeared.
Right.
So it
I've
didn't
had
make
people
sense
try and
to me.
pull that on me before, like they were talking, like they were responding to a comment, but they were the first comment.
Yeah, didn't make sense. And Jose said to me, like he didn't even know that was there, and
Um,
he looked and he's like, I've never even emailed Ace.
That's what I like about ministry too. Is she's a no bullshit. You're right about that. You are exactly who you are, and you stand up for what you believe in. And there's no, but a lot of the people on here ministry, and I know you've seen this because you and I have been in the same also. They're full of shit, man. That's what everybody says. I'm full of shit. It cracks me up because I'm pretty honest. You know what I mean? Like I'm not honest. Nobody's honest 100% of the time. We all have our little things we hide or, you know, try and cover. You know what I mean? Everybody tells little white lies here and there. It'd be a lie to say
I
I'm
do, but you know what I see different about you, me, ministry, XX, and some others, that I've seen. Um, that they Jose is that even Willow, the people who usually will come to my channel. You know what I see in them is
yeah.
that they do stick up for their friends.
Yeah.
And I see the other thing in the others is that enemy of my enemy is my friend or whatever.
Yeah, everybody wants a cause, right? Everybody wants to go after. So it's really sick what they do to you, though, Tracy. I'm really getting tired of it. Jersey with Jules doesn't. We shouldn't say her name, but I don't mind saying it though because I'm gonna continue to call her out every time somebody brings her up. I'm gonna give you the attention, Jules. Okay, Julie,
Hmm.
little Julie. I'm gonna give you the attention every time somebody brings you up and remind the world and put it out in the universe that you're a big, fat, shitbag liar, okay? And you're a coward who's too afraid to admit when they're wrong and has to consult their creepy boyfriend about everything. They got some weird relationship, Tracy. Like they're doing some weird crap in that house. I'm telling you right now, there's something weird going on. But Jules, you're a coward. And what you did to Tracy was horrible. And you're a liar. I mean, Tracy, the amount of lies that came out of her mouth it's shocking. She can sit there, oh, well, no.
But what kills
But
me is there was people
I mean, some of
there that
that.
still won't come out with it.
Yeah, people saw it, and you're all cowards too. Let them be cowards. Let them have that shitty character, and let them have that lack of, conviction of being, doing the
Diane Ostertag left a message, like kind of a nasty comment on
stop.
one of my videos the other day.
Let's
And
do
I know for a fact that on my channel, I have a video where I am like scolding Tom Reed because of how mean he had been to Diane Ostertag. Same with Diana Santos. And I don't know if they don't know this, but it hurts
Of course, it
when
hurt,
somebody acts like they hadn't known you for the last year and that
Tracy.
somebody new in the circle could easily sway their friendship like that to me.
Tracy, that live stream that she put up where there's no talking, it is you don't have to have the cognitive ability of an 8-year-old to see what's going on there. You have no clue what the thing's about. You go in there, you say something else, then you suddenly get a text from Jules. You respond to her text. People are like, we didn't see her say any of this shit. You're like, they're like, oh, it's a clone or it's a troll. And you're like, how does a clone have my personal cell phone number? How can she deny that? And the thing that
And
blows me,
then they start talking about dogs. And I do make a few comments about dogs because at that point I'm thinking, okay, I'll
Or
just
cut the goddamn
keep.
chat short, and she deleted things that would didn't even
She
show.
deleted the whole thing, but I look like I'm talking about dogs to myself.
No, because so many of the comments were gone. She does buy her friends, and I was going to do an expose on this, but then I just decided not to. It was taking more time than I want to give her because there's nothing we're ever going to say to her, Tracy, that's going to make her be decent and admit
Well,
to it.
what kills me is I heard her in her own live stream saying, and somebody likes to spread rumors that I paid bills for buying them as passion. She said it.
Yeah, she told me about it too. No, she buys yeah, I think she probably bought her subs. They had a really unnaturally large spike in subs all of a sudden, but she buys like people. You know what I mean? She'll buy people's loyalty. She gives out a lot of money. I don't think she necessarily has to give out. Well, she must have it
She
right.
said it herself, though, on that live stream where she was on the panel. She said, I didn't give them anything monetary. I
She gets
paid
money.
some bills for them.
She's an idiot. I don't like
That
her
is
though.
monetary.
Of course it is. She doesn't understand the meaning of the word. That's why she said that.
Yeah.
Jules,
But to go on and then be in her live stream and say that, right?
I,
And none of those people there
they're,
say,
because they're
wait a
cowards.
minute, you did say that, like,
People
but
don't
she'll sit there
confront
going, I didn't say
they
it.
don't want to confront her because they have this false sense of security in her little chats that she does every morning. That's, it's unfortunate that people don't have more balls to speak out for what's right. Because what she did to you is one of the shittiest things I've ever seen a person do to somebody else. It was,
Oh, you know what else she wrote, which I noticed was gone? Like, I didn't even remember writing this comment, but
mm,
she had said something after I wasn't in the live stream that she said it all happened because of her daily bread stuff.
yeah,
And
she's
I
full of
put in the
shit.
comments, I don't even know what the daily bread is, okay?
Yeah, it's like what you said.
And
It's like a Christian reference to like a daily scripture passage in
like,
scripture.
yeah,
Forgive
and I
others.
know now that I think about it, that comment is gone from Bible. When I said that, I don't even know what daily bread is, but like that is a lie. It didn't
But
happen because of the daily bread.
no, it did not. And you know how I know this all for 100% undisputable fact? Not only was I there and I see all these things go down, not only was I privy, I spoke with her. I spoke with her about all this crap, Tracy, and she even admitted it to me. It's unfortunate that I'm not as creepy as people think, and I don't record everybody. I really wish I would have recorded her.
There
Give
was
us
somebody in
and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Cast
Okay, yeah, right. Okay, so that's what it is, but I never even saw her daily bread stuff. I don't even know what she's talking about.
shit.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's just
That's
so
the worst
out there.
about it. She claims to be this Christian. I hate
It's
that.
terrible.
Start acting like
And
one.
then,
You're a faker. Yeah, she did pay
and
her car. She paid for her car to be fixed, and she paid. God, I want to
like,
make bread. You know what I've been watching a lot of, Tracy, on the on YouTube is bread bread making videos, like two recipe bread making. These ladies will make bread out of like just a few things, and then they cook it in
yeah,
a pan. I'm gonna do that tomorrow and film it.
want to hear a gross story about bread? Freaking my next door neighbor, where I lived for 20 years.
Uh-huh.
Every Christmas, she would make these little loaves of banana nut bread. Now, I
Uh-huh.
love banana nut bread.
I do too.
So, years later,
Oh no.
something had happened, and I said, "Oh, we had saw something in like the people had come around for." I was telling my daughter, okay, that's what it was. Telling my daughter about how one time I was eating, the instant mashed potatoes like sour cream and chive, and I was eating that with like I made like a nice little supper for myself, enjoying it. But as
And
it
all
turns out,
yeah,
some of the
boy.
chives weren't chives.
Uh-huh.
They were like these tiny little beetles that get inside.
Oh
like
no.
flour and sugar and anything like powdery cereal,
Um,
like wood
hot choc
beetles or
hot chocolate mix. I've had
yeah,
that to me.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Yeah.
they're like these little flat things, and they're like
Yeah.
beetles or something.
Yeah. They're
So
great.
yeah, I was telling my daughter the story, and then of course the exterminator came, and I never had a problem with him again. And my daughter said, "Oh yeah, Sherry used to have them all the time in her sugar." Now that's the lady who would bake the banana nut bread, right? So I said to my daughter, I go, "How do you know that?" She said, "Because every year when we would bake the banana nut bread, they were in the sugar." I
That,
said, "Why would you let me eat that?"
that's
Like,
horrible.
you know? She's like, "Well, I don't know. I just didn't like banana nut bread." Like, oh, well, lucky you, because I loved it. That was exactly what I said to her. You know? Like, 'cause
Yeah.
she was like 13 or something. She was at that point when, yeah, right? And all oat milk, that, yeah. um, she was at that point when, like, the same time when I was choking on smart food, the popcorn,
Uh-huh.
gonna die. And literally, I mean, literally, I was gonna die.
Isn't that scary?
Yeah, it's so scary. And she came in the house, and there was a bag of smart food. And even if she'd asked for some, I would have given it to her. But I was just trying to be funny. It was like down to the end of the bag where it was just those little tiny kernels and stuff. So
Yeah.
I was like shoving them into my mouth, but nom 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 nom. Right? She was like 15, 14,
And you chose?
and I started choking. Yeah, so bad. I mean, I was literally doing every international signal for choking you could imagine, right?
Tracy,
To this
I've had
girl,
that happen. It's scary as hell.
all she could say was, "Have you seen my Hot Topics bag? Have you seen my Hot Topics bag?" And I was turning blue. And finally, I gave myself, like, I whacked myself on the back and I puked,
Yeah. That's
right?
how bad did
And
your
she's
throat
like
hurt?
looking at me, "Have you seen my Hot Topics bag?" And I go, "Rachel, I almost died there. I was choking." She goes, "Well, teach you a lesson. And I don't even like smart food."
Tracy, I choked one time. I went to this I was dating this guy, and he and I went to his dad's house for dinner. It's the first time I met his dad, and he grilled these steaks, right? And
Sure.
we're sitting there, and the steak was really tough. He overcooked it. So I'm cutting my steak up, and I finally get this piece, manageable piece. I put it in my mouth, and I'm chewing the son of a bitch for it seemed like forever, right? It would not break down. It was so tough. So finally, I'm like, oh my God. So I just go to swallow it. Well, it lodges in my throat. And I had never choked like that before. Like, I didn't know what to do. And I'm like, okay, how can I do this? And I'm like looking around. I'm going, okay, I don't know what to do. I was just trying to swallow it. I was trying to breathe. I couldn't breathe. I'm like thinking at one point, I'm just going to go to the bathroom and die quietly. But then I started to get scared. And I'm like, I'm like, I really don't know what the hell to do. So I see my beer on the table, and I think to myself, there we go. Not thinking, obviously. I'm like, there's my answer. I'll take a big sip of my beer and I'll go right down. Well, if you're ever truly choking and you go to try and drink something, it can't, you can't swallow, right? Because it's blocked. So I go and I take a sip of this beer and it comes right out, right? I spit beer on everybody. Now at this point, I'm freaking because my saving grace beer that was going to push it down my throat didn't work. Right now, I can't breathe. So I'm like, wait, I'm hitting my boyfriend. I'm waving my hands around. His dad was a cop, retired cop, and they're both sitting there all calmly. And he looks at my boyfriend. He goes, "Son, I think she's choking." And I'm like, yeah, 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 touching my nose, like, and then okay, and then oh, is that really you, Tracy, in the chat?
Yes, just now, yeah, I said hello, dark light.
Oh, I thought that was a clone. I was trying to block you.
Uh,
Anyways, long story short, if this would have been at my house with my family, being Italian or whatever we are, the the dinner table would have been flipped over. People would have been screaming and crying. Everybody would have been on the phone calling 911. People would have been hitting me. these people just sat there all calm, like they were talking about the weather the next day. Oh, it's sun. I think she's joking. He's like, yes, Dad, I think she is. And I'm sitting there in the meantime going, I'm going to die right here at this table because these people will have an inability to react, So
Did they help you?
no, no, I got it down myself. I just swallowed like over and over as hard as I could. I was like going, you know what I mean? Like that. And it went down. But I'll tell you something. My throat, my throat hurt so bad for like a week.
I'm not laughing at you choking. I'm laughing the way you just went. I'm picturing you like a bird trying to.
That's exactly what I had to do. I had to like use my throat muscles, which apparently were strong, or I did something right, and it went down. But it was just it was such a trip because, my throat hurt so bad afterwards, and I mean, people look at people. We all take breath for granted, right? Not being able to breathe is scary as hell. That's like
It's
my worst night.
scary when you come to close to death. I almost drowned one time.
Oh God, I
Tiffany,
did.
I swear to God, I resigned myself in my head, saying in my mind, I said, I can't hold my breath anymore. I am gonna die this way, and this is it.
Where were you?
In the ocean, and we were like riding the, and then nothing. This is with Rachel again,
Yeah, that's
and
scary.
her and her friend, and freaking, they were like 13, 12, 13. That age is awful. And we were riding the waves when the wave would come in Mesquamaket. Ministry knows about Mesquamaket. And I would jump into, we would jump into the wave and ride the wave. Well, I got sucked in by that
The
undertow,
riptide. Yeah,
the
yeah.
undertow, yep. And it
That's scary.
started spinning me. It and what it must do is that the wave goes out back out to the ocean and then comes back in.
Yeah,
So I was in
the
that
current.
wave,
Yeah, yeah,
Tiffany, way
yeah,
out in the ocean and spinning. And the reason why I couldn't touch the ground or feel the ground was because there was no ground. I was way out in the ocean in the wave, and
yeah.
then
Pulling
it
you out.
brought me back in. Right when I was ready to give up was when I felt the sand hit my toes. I was spinning, like somersaulting, somersaulting, somersaulting.
I've had
I
it
couldn't
happen
stop.
being scary because you think you're never going to be able. I haven't had it happen for so long that I thought I was going to die, but I've had it happen long enough to where it shook me up really bad. And yeah, a lot of people drown in the undertow. It's really scary. No,
Oh,
Danny boy, they knew the Heimlich. They were just very slow reactors. Like these are not the people you want to be in a house fire with. You know what I mean?
that
Yeah,
undertow,
you
though.
don't
Yeah, but the
swim.
thing was, ministry, the spinning. I think the swimming sideways. I have to swim across, not in. I think that's the rip tide, isn't it, or something? What's the difference between rip tide and undertow?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know.
Because that undertow shit, I couldn't stop the spinning of like a
It
somersault.
was pulling you. It was pulling you back. Yeah,
Yeah, it was rolling me just like the water was rolling. The waves roll.
yeah,
I was in that roll, and I think thank God that wave. And I held my. You got to hold your breath and
yeah.
hope that you come back in with the wave. That's what you got to do.
I had that happen long ago when I was surfing up in Northern California with Jeff and the kids, and he was kind of like pushing me into the waves, But what had happened was, is there was a rip tide, and one wave came this way, and then my leash got caught around his ankle. And instead of saving me, he pushed me out of his way to save himself and barrel rolled me into this wave. So I was doing the same thing as you, Tracy. I was spinning like that under the water, just getting tossed around like a rag doll. And my chest started to hurt because I had, I couldn't breathe. And yeah, I was so mad. He did it to me twice. He barrel rolled me like that to get me out of his way to save himself.
Well, from what? What was he saving himself from again?
Well, these big waves were coming, and it kind of like, went the wrong way. And so he didn't want my surfboard to hit him. So instead of like pushing me into safety, he pushed me into the danger to save himself.
You were surfing. You surf?
Not very
You
well.
told me that before, I think.
Yeah, not very well. not very
I
well.
always would get scared thinking that a shark would think I was a seal. I saw that in a documentary.
Yeah, I'm terrified of going out too far. I surf like the whitewash. I'm scared shitless of sharks. I read about them. I check the oceans. I just I have really bad luck.
Never keep, like, if you put your hair up in a ponytail when you swim, make sure it's one without, like, that gold little clasp on it, one without that thing. And don't keep your
They're black.
jewelry on. Have
If,
nothing that's shiny and stuff
yeah,
that looks like the scale of a fish in that
yeah. Don't soak yourself in
blood.
chug. Yeah.
I always wondered if, uh, like, if a girl had her period and went in the ocean, if that would.
No, I think they attack surfers because they feel that I saw this documentary. I'm going to tell you about this, and I got to get to bed. I'm going to be a mess tomorrow. But I saw this documentary once of this woman who talks to animals, and she spoke to the sharks, and she asked them why they kept biting all the surfers, and they said, "Well, it's not necessarily because they're hungry. Well, it is because they're hungry. So their food source has been drastically uh,
Mm,
limited, right?
yeah.
It's been a lot of it's been taken away from overfishing, so they've had to come closer to shore to find food. And they said that the sharks told her supposedly that the energy from the surfers is what makes them bite them. They're not necessarily eating them, but they're very competitive. So when people are surfing, they put out this high like competitive like energy, like the sportman, like just it's a very odd energy. So the sharks get competitive with them, and that's why they
Hmm.
bite them. I don't know if I buy that, but apparently this lady talks to animals, and I
Well,
mean,
let me tell you something about that. I watched a show one time with a lady supposedly talk to animals, and the guy lived in Florida, and he would go and sit on this, his dock near his house, and there was an alligator, and he would talk to this alligator, and he also would feed it like red meat. Well, recently he was getting divorced, and he had also switched the alligator's diet to chicken, thinking that it would be healthier or whatever. And so the alligator started to seem listless and depressed and wasn't eating. So this, woman who talked to animals came, and she did whatever she did, and then she said to the guy, "Are you going through a divorce?" And he said, "Yeah, I am." She said, He's sad for you. He You talked to him about it, right?" He said, "Yeah, I come down here, and lately I've been talking about, the divorce and how sad I am and everything." He said, she said that he said he's really sad about what's going on, and he feels bad for you. And she said, "Have you recently changed his diet?" And he said, "Yeah, I switched." She said he doesn't like it. He wants you to go back to the other stuff.
this has got to be the same woman.
I wonder, because she also had a horse had something stuck in his jaw,
Yeah,
and yeah, and it was almost going to die because it
those
would
are
have abscessed.
yeah, that's the link to the lady when she talked to the sharks, and then the one above is a documentary on her, and she talks to all sorts of animals, and she figures
Oh,
things out. It's a trip. She is
yeah,
a
I mean, the guy's face was like, "How did she know I was getting a divorce?"
yeah.
And alligator had told her. I watched another one that was so sad. There's a documentary on it there. The elephant's name was like Cindy or Shirley, or both of them were Cindy
Oh,
and Shirley.
yeah.
And this elephant was like 50 years old, and it had a bum leg because it had been attacked when it had been in the circus since it
Yeah.
was a baby. And
Yeah.
this black guy Moses would take care of it at the zoo. But because the elephant was, so old and everything, they wanted to find somewhere to put it. So they put it at the elephant reserve and or preserve, whatever it is, reserve, preserve, whatever. And the people who ran this elephant place were concerned because there was another elephant there. I think there was Cindy and Shirley that was younger than the one that was coming. So they didn't know how they get along. So they had put each one separate with like bars between them in this big whatever, like side of a warehouse. And through the night, they heard like all this ruckus coming from there.
Mm.
And in the morning when they went, the bars were bent back, and the elephants were like hugging, like entwined their trunks. And as it turned out, that elephant, the older one that had come with the bum leg, had been
Mm.
a surrogate mother to the younger one when it had been put in the circus with her as a baby. And they
Wow.
hadn't seen each other since her leg got hurt and then she got brought to a zoo. And so this younger one now would sit there, and the older one would like kind of lay down by the water, and the younger one would put water on her with its trunk and everything. And
Yeah.
oh my God, it was so touching.
Aiken, I've heard about the Dolphin House. They did this experiment back in the 60s or 70s where they made a house, right? And they outfitted it so that I don't know if they call it a pack or a group. They had dolphins living in there, right? And they did all these, I won't give it away, but it's really trippy. They did all this weird, like experimental things with them. Like
With dolphins?
yeah, you just gotta like go to the Atrocity Guide channel. Here, I'll find. I'll put a link.
Is it
Yeah,
not? Is it bad though? Is it sad?
it wasn't bad. I don't think so. We can read. I don't. The
Did you
Atrocity.
ever see that movie? I think it was with sharks. That one though was Deep Blue Sea
Yeah.
with Samuel L. Jackson,
Yes.
and he's
Yeah.
like yelling, and the shark comes up through the hole and eats him.
Yeah.
That's a good movie.
I'm gonna drop this link and then I gotta sign off because I'm gonna be a mess tomorrow if I don't
It
get
was
to.
great having you here.
Yeah. There. Okay. I
I
think
really,
did it come through? There it is. Yeah. I like coming. I like when I catch you on these late ones because these are fun. See how nice it
I,
was, and
yeah, it
you
was nice. Yeah,
we talked about
absolutely.
the neat
I'm,
stuff.
I'm sure the only thing some people will focus on is when you went off on Jules,
I
but
don't. Every time I think of her and I'm put live, I'm going to mention something about what she did because I think it was a horrendous thing to do, and she should be
I
held.
think she could just have simply said, well, first of all, I was staying in my lane and wasn't, I
Look,
certainly didn't bring it back up. When people keep saying
you,
to me
you
now,
you did nothing wrong, and if you did, I would tell you. And you know that I'm that kind of a friend. You did nothing wrong. You acted with decency that she didn't deserve, and you were keeping to yourself, and you were not allowing the drama on here. The bare minimum she could have admitted to what she's done. She's never going to do it, and it's probably not right for me to bring it up about her when somebody mentions her. But I feel like the universe, I just feel like that energy needs to be put out there that you've done nothing wrong, and you have, and you
I think
know that
it's shocking that people still keep saying to me that I couldn't let it go because I was
no, you did let
being,
it go. No, they're wrong. You let it go. You're not the aggressor, and if it's worth anything, Tracy, I see and I know the truth, and I know it from firsthand experience in talking with her and talking with you, and I know what happened, and you are not lying. So for what that's worth, at the very least, you
and
are.
I didn't go, I would never go to her channel. I didn't go to her channel and say things on her channel or anything, but she would come here and I still would be.
She's a wolf in sheepskin. She's a wolf in sheepskin, right? She is truly wolf in sheepskin, and it's unfortunate that she chose you to be do this weird crap too. But a lot more
I think
people.
it's unfortunate because I'm never going to be like where these people are saying, why can't you just, you know,
They're, they're,
forgive her? What's it going to take to resolve this? What they don't understand is I was doing what it took to resolve it.
you are, and
I was
Sal,
just avoiding her.
you can't reason with unreasonable people. It's
You know,
never.
there's nothing to resolve. If I resolved it, that would mean me saying that she doesn't have to even acknowledge how badly she hurt me.
Well, maybe I shouldn't bring it up anymore because maybe it is something that we need to just move on from now that I think about it. And I'm hearing you say this because I know how frustrating that is when you're not lying and you've been wronged in a bad way. That this wasn't a mild.
Yeah, but what they don't understand is like they'll go, but it was so old. It was so long ago. Get over it. but I didn't bring it up.
I know you did.
And,
I know you did.
like I'm talking about like recently. And, but the thing is that what I'm seeing is Survivor Girl lay off Jersey with jewels. That's what Byron and Miss Passion were doing.
Yeah,
That's where Ministry had
you gotta
commented.
understand, these people
So
are
it wasn't that long ago to them.
no, but like these people are saying that for one reason. They are gaining something from Jules. She donates money. She buys people. She buys people. And that's why they're defending her. And those two,
Right, but I don't see how it's so obvious to.
him and Miss Passion, are grifters. They're not good people. If they were good people, they would not stand for that. No matter what they got out of the friendship with her, they would stand for the right thing, right? But unfortunately, there's shitty people out there, and there's quite a bit of them on YouTube.
But what bothers me is the people who aren't grifters and aren't that and can't see that it was only within the week that, or, this
Don't
hasn't
matter.
ended.
You know why those people don't matter, and you know why they don't matter? Because they're scum. They're bottom barrel society. If you can't stand for what's right, like I don't expect people to, throw, uh, Mocktail cocktails out into the, out
Me
into
neither. I
people.
don't expect them to attack them either, but don't attack me and like they act like I'm a liar.
They're not good people. And you know what my opinion of the people like that is? It's this. I don't want to be in their good graces. You know why? That means I probably act like them. So
Yeah, that's and that's what I realized too last night. Maybe those are people I don't even want to be like by
oh, you don't
because
want to be in their good graces because people, they attract what they are, right? And so the bottom line is, Tracy, it's like to be in the good graces of shitty people means you have to be,
just as shitty.
you have to be just as shitty because good people in the presence of shitty people typically walk away if they can,
Yeah,
So if they think you're wrong and they think you're doing this, and that's fine, great, that's great, you're cool, all right, see ya, boot them,
yeah.
don't
I
even give
mean, like even yesterday, like Ollie, saying, and
alcohol.
then she tried to
That's all.
say
Like,
that
here's the
you
bottom.
deleted comments.
He's not a
That
good.
Bobble deleted comments,
Look,
right?
Ollie's not a good person. Okay, she's
No, she's
proven
not. She's
this
not.
time again. She'll be good for a minute, but at the end of the day, she is a shitbag. Sorry, Ollie, but you are. So somebody like Ollie, it's disappointing, right? Because you thought she was being cool. She did the same thing to me multiple times now. You thought she was being cool, but
Yeah, but listen, that's just the thing.
I
I
have
would
to.
expect that from Ollie,
I have to
but
go to bed.
not Bobbles.
Listen, I'm going to go to bed and I'm going to leave you with this. When someone shows you who they are, believe them.
I know, but listen, this is the thing. I didn't care about the two comments being deleted by Bobbles. It wasn't I didn't care, but I wasn't gonna make a
Listen,
big deal of it.
Bobbles wants to be the hero. Bobbles wants to showboat. Bobbles is, her intent isn't what she presents it as, okay? So there's that too. Who cares? See you later. Move on. Bye,
I
Bobbles. Bye.
know, I know. Don't just end it though like that. Let me just get what I'm saying. What I'm
Okay.
saying is they tried to say I was crazy because I said that
You're
two
good.
comments were
You're,
deleted by Bobbles, but I didn't say it meanly or anything. I just said it, just to point out. And but XX had taken the screenshot, and she was the one who told me that she had deleted comments from my live stream. So I post the screenshot of it, and they don't say,
Tracy,
"Oh, you're
about
right."
people, we're talking about groups of people where I can go into a chat and say, no, Tracy didn't do this. I did it. And I didn't even do it on her channel. I did on somebody else's. And they will still find fault in you for that. These are
You're right.
unreasonable people who will never have reasonable responses to normal situations like other
You're right.
normal people would. So don't expect, my dad told me about this about my mom years ago. You'll never
You're
get
right.
a normal response from her because she's not healthy mentally. So don't expect it. And it's true. Same with these people. Don't ever expect reasonable responses from them with anything because they're not reasonable people. They're
You're right.
that.
I forgot about that. It's not that I forgot it, but when you reminded me, yeah.
I, Tracy, listen, I struggle with the same questioning of people and how my interactions with them every day almost. I'm not, it's easy to say this shit. It's harder to feel it. right? For your
Yeah,
personal.
yeah.
But listen,
Hmm.
hon, I love you. I'm gonna go to bed.
I love you too.
You know, I always got your back, girl.
Same here. Absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely. And if ever anything does happen, like we said before, don't let me be a chain.
Oh no, no. Listen, you know me better than that. You know how I operate.
And
It's
I'd do
hard.
the same. I'd go everywhere and be like, "You're talking about Tiffany? She's
Oh,
been dead 18 years." Of course, she didn't record it. She's not even alive.
good night, you guys. Good night, ministry. Good
I,
night. Good
I
night,
love you.
Sarah. Good night, Danny. I feel like I'm in the Partridge family. Good night,
Yeah, the
Jimbo.
Waltons. The
Of
Waltons.
the Partridge
Yeah.
family. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, I can go to bed.
All right.
Night.
Bye. Good night. Love you. She's so nice. She has such a wonderful, wonderful speaking voice. Honest to God. I think any videos that Tiffany made that with her voice, the speaking, the commentary behind it, that it would just be popular because I have a friend who did a video channel, Death Row Executions. No, not a personal friend, but somebody who I was on her channel before she had hit even 100 subscribers. She had a wonderful speaking voice, wonderful speaking voice, and I'm telling you, that girl's channel went up. I mean, now I think she's up to 30,000 subscribers quickly. Not like buying subs either. Not like that. Not okay, ministry. Not like, 50 a day like somebody else was getting that is odd and their content wasn't even as good as, Death Row Execution. But and her name's Air and her shit just went off and she would, when before she had gotten 100 subscribers, she said, if I end up getting popular, I'll always remember my 100 subscribers. And wonder what the easiest way to get some voice acting job. I think Tiffany would be hired immediately. I think, oh my God, for like commercials, for anything, people hear her voice and she is beautiful. I don't know if you've ever seen Tiffany like in real life or, you know, on YouTube, not even in real life, but on YouTube herself. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. And I feel like whatever Tiffany set out to do, she would achieve. That's how I feel about Tiffany. That anybody would be lucky to have her as a friend or an employee. Not lucky if you had her as an enemy. I think she's one of the most. I'm sorry. I love her to pieces. I don't care. I don't care what happened in the past between us. I'm happy that it happened. If that was the way I'd meet Tiffany. No matter how I would meet Tiffany, I'm grateful for it because she is one awesome person. Funny, beautiful. She shares things with me that make me feel like we've known each other, like the videos of um, in fact, even when we first became friends, she shared with me a video of her singing. It was just a recording. It wasn't, um, I'm just me singing Tiffany's praises ministry. um, she was singing "Don't Walk Away from Me," Whitney Houston. I have nothing, nothing, nothing if I don't have you. Um, but I think she stopped the recording before. Good night, Aiken. I think she stopped the recording before the I have nothing, nothing, and I was like waiting for it, and then like it ended. I was like, what? And then she did another one, but the thing was that one was that it was like immediately as we became friends, and she's like, don't show this to anybody. Here I am telling you guys. But she sings good. She thinks she doesn't sing good, but she does. She did a great version, believe it or not, because it's an awful song. Yeah, Whitney Houston. It was Whitney. Yep. Um, you know what that song, Ministry, gets me is I played that song at a bar that I worked at, and there was, the a group of friends there that I considered to be friends, and one has recently passed away. Um, Lee, Lee Turner, and I remember when it came on, I thought people were gonna like make fun because it's that kind of a song in a bar that usually people. But one thing that I love about people is music, and I will if somebody loves music and and I'm the bartender, I'll take note of the music that they play, and if they come in, I'll play that song. You know, I'll reach into my own tips and everything. Ministry, losing Lee Turner was the most fucking weirdest thing ever. He was such a figure in so many people's lives. And I didn't know him for very long, at least like a year and a half, I'd say. But we had some kind of a chemistry of, I would call him my little Snoop Dogg. But anyway, when I played that song, like Lee, even if there was nobody there, Lee would make certain that he'd tell some people to come to that bar. And um, it was just maybe us, me, and maybe five other people. But the way they started all singing that song, including Lee, you know, oh, I know. I'm so grateful, grateful, grateful for that that went on. If that's how I got Tiffany, if that's what it took to meet Tiffany, I'll take it because it was nothing in comparison to the joy that I get from her as a friend. The misery of that was nothing in comparison to the joy that I get having Tiffany as a friend. And that is the truth. That's the God's honest truth. If it meant meeting 100 Tiffany's, I'd go through it every day because Tiffany is a good, good person. But it was funny, because he had, if his hair wasn't done like braided or something, it looked a bit like Sideshow Bob. And, sometimes we just had such a great thing going, though, that little group of people with the music. Loved the music. And like that song by um, Mary Jane, Mary Jane. Everybody was saying things, but I saw in her was that this girl is raw with her feelings, and she would put these, comments to people, or sometimes even to me, and then immediately to me when she did something that where we got on a conversation type base, where she immediately opened up to, things that happened in her past, just immediately, like. opened up and, raw, like, and I thought, she's like me, yeah? She's like a lot of people that just are real. They talk about what happened to them in their past. She responds with humor, and that's something that I think people didn't didn't see. Like they saw parodies and stuff, but a parody is humor, you know? It's not like um somebody who is yelling in response like I would do. I've learned from Tiffany, you know? She would respond with humor. And the thing is that a lot of the times, people were the parodies were of the person themselves, of what they were saying themselves, and she was just pointing it out, you know? And I think that people weren't realizing that I think a lot of those things that people were saying about her and the videos and things like that, that just like me, she had responded, and she was one person that a group of people had made the most vile accusations against. And just like me, she was stuck in that, but she had been around a lot longer than me. So at this point, she was to the point of there is just no good people around. And I just really wanted to be her friend because I needed Tiffany to know how wonderful she is. All right, Jose, are you tired? I hope because you're tired, not because you're not going to hang anymore at all. Because the other day, I know I pounded you with some fucking like gospel music, didn't I? I'm sorry, Jose. Not pounded you. I think I sent you three. But that Kirk Franklin one, that Smile video, I love it. I don't know if you even watched them, Jose. But I think about you often, just so you know. And you'll cross my mind if I haven't heard from you. If I haven't seen you around, you cross my mind. And I never want there to be a day that I look for Jose and never find him. So I want you to know, Jose, that you mean a lot. And if you're still here, I hope you are, just to hear this. Because, you know, that's the way it is. That's the truth. I'm surprised chatting with Angie disappeared so quickly. Is she like leaving or Willow, I'm so glad to see you here. Did you change your name for a particular reason, or is that your new name, or you're a sweet person too? Willow seems very sweet as well, and honestly, I think tonight's live stream was very nice. And I mean, maybe it's not as exciting as and I realized tonight that that even myself, as much as I will say about, my eyes are burning, friend, I'll always be back. You can do whatever you want, SC, and you can always reach out. It's just been tough. You mean a lot to me, my friend. To me. Um, absolutely. And Jose, never, never, never feel like you don't have someone to talk to. If I see that phone ringing and it's from you, sometimes text I don't get. So if you're ever in like a situation and you need to talk to someone right away, don't text me. Call, because a phone call I'll hear, but a text message, if I'm sleeping, and I'll go, one text and I don't hear like a little, you know, about a mod. I think she was talking about her other mod from like she had when she had the chosen one. But call me if you know what I'm saying here, Jose. I never too busy to hear from you. Okay? Never. And I know you get sad, we all do. So I want you to know that. Don't ever question in your head, maybe she doesn't want to be bothered. Maybe she doesn't care. Maybe I don't want to unload something. Don't ever think that way, Jose. Is that Willow's real name? Okay. I don't know. Is that Willow? Is Kay? Or is that somebody else? Don't be broken. You're not broken. Depressed is something that we all do. Buttons, they get depressed and then they pop back up. But if you ever feel like you're depressed and have nobody to talk to, look for my number and call it. Because I go through that a lot, and I know for a fact Jose has been there a lot for me when I'm feeling down. And but the last couple of days, I haven't seen you around even on YouTube or anything. And then whenever I do, it's always right at the end and just brief. Ben was looking for you earlier, and Jose, I know some people have left and there's been some changes and everything, but the people who stay, it's going to just be the same as it was. It's only changed for the people who left. Yeah, exactly. You're not alone. Willow's a beautiful name, and so is Kay. You're not alone. And you don't bother anybody even by saying that you're depressed. You know, right? See? See that, Jose? And that's what I mean. Even though some people may have left because they, think there's changes, but there's not. Here is the same. And the changes are just for them. So don't, feel like anything's changed here. Sometimes, yeah. And anybody who has had maybe an event with somebody on YouTube or not even on YouTube and they want to talk about it and get it out, more than welcome to get it out. Get something happy, funny you want to share, anything at all. And even, no, I know, and the same goes for you. And that's not Ablavi's Willow, which is Willow. That is Ablavi. No, Ablavi is not Willow. Willow, do you mean Bobbles Willow? This is Bobbles Willow, right? That's here. I believe so. And if it's not, hey, Jose, guess what? Even if it isn't, even if it was somebody else who went by Willow and said, how depressed is the new normal. That's true. Even if it wasn't and it was somebody who else went by Willow and then said, oh, you know what, I'm Kay. Whoever it may be, they haven't been offensive at all. They've been very nice. So, did I call her a Blavi? Is that what you mean? Did I say a Blavi? It is Willow, yeah. Did I? Oh, oh, Kay. You've always been so nice to me. So it's not Willow from Bobbles. I wondered what happened to you, Kay. I do remember. Absolutely remember. Always got along with you. It's just coincidental that you came in as Willow. Oh, that's what you meant when you said a Blobby's Willow. How did you know that, Jose? Because I do remember Kay. I loved Kay. She's, oh my God, always nice to me. Always. And I've been wondering, I haven't seen you anywhere. Oh, that's awesome to hear. Good night, Jose. How did he know that? He's so smart. Did you guys like resolve that in the chat and I just didn't see it? I'm so glad you're here, Kay. Kay's so nice. Oh, that's so awesome. See? So that's awesome. Because you know what? I thought maybe it was the Willow from Bobbles and she didn't want to. But then again, to name herself Willow, it'd be pretty obvious that it was Willow. So, you know? Oh, that's funny. And this Willow mentioned she wasn't, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, God, that's so funny. Yes, Ella came up about things. Oh, my God. I must have been just so caught up in the Tiffany. I miss a lot in the chat. The other night, I missed my whole entire chat because I didn't have my glasses on. And then somebody deleted the entire the chat that was going on in there. So the video was up, but there was no live stream. Because when I went to look, there wasn't like, there was, you could see it, it was just going, just gone. People were like deleting their comments. They didn't want to be involved. Well, Dominic, right? You were there. Did you delete any of your comments? You're a mod. You couldn't have even. No live chat came up with that. I know, right? The other night, I shouldn't have even done a live stream like that without being able to read the comments because it was such an intense live stream. I didn't know what the shit was going on. Then when I listened back to myself, I really did sound like I was yelling because sometimes I can't, like, I don't know if I can, well, I don't know if I'm louder or not. And then I listened back and I did sound like I was pretty yelling. So I, um, like privated it because it was kind of, I did sound like I was yelling. Just so everyone knows, my real name is Jose. There is no confusion, and I joke a lot, but I don't prank call and email people. I know he doesn't, and that's a fact, and I will vouch for him on that. Oh, she's live now. Is she mad about, like, something? Is she angry? Not last night. Maybe it was the night, whatever it was, when I was, like, in a really bad mood. And, I think you were there. And then Ollie went live, and I was shocked. Is she angry in it, or what is she doing? Okay, I was in Michigan Maid's room one night. Ministry was in there. She told Michigan Maid I was Ollie and to block me. Oh, do you remember that, Ministry? Are you sure it was Ministry? There's no, okay, I don't remember that. Are you sure it was Ministry? Me and Ministry went through a little hard time too. But then, like, I hadn't talked to UK either for a while, and I don't know, like, if you just went off YouTube for a while, or if it was because of Ollie. But I didn't even know that I didn't really like me anymore. Oh, it's good to not remember bad things, right? Moved on. But the worst thing though is when you don't know somebody doesn't like you and you think they do, and you're like sitting there. Um, you did have a clone that was going around doing that. Yeah, mod. Mhm. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. And that's the thing, They no, Ali doesn't. No, Ali does. I didn't know you had an issue with me because of Ali had. I didn't know because you had disappeared, but I always have liked you. Um, People did poison them, but here's the thing, Jose. You remember the night that you told me that some people they start um feeding into like toxic people and they become toxic themselves? Here's the thing. What Tiffany was saying, and I hate to bring this person up again, about prudently, is very true. I don't know if it was something that came upon her recently, because I don't think, and I would hate to think, that, no, I believe you. No, I know ministry. That's what I'm saying. You did have a lot of people. I mean, not a lot of people, but a clone that was actually modded in places. She really did. You should have seen her one night. Okay, one night, me and Tiffany were somewhere, and Tiffany came in, and all of a sudden, ministry was but it wasn't ministry, but it was a modded ministry that was going off on Tiffany, and Tiffany was like, "Oh my God, that's so weird," because me and ministry are fine with each other, so it's so weird. And as it turned out, that ministry did have somebody that was a clone that was modded of her in faces. And I do remember you telling me about that in Michigan Made. Absolutely. In fact, I remember you even telling him that. Yeah. This is the thing though, Dominic. Some of the things that I've been receiving lately aren't even about me with Prudently. Thank you. I know. I remember that. I absolutely remember that ministry. Absolutely remember that. Um, that's nice to hear, okay? Sometimes when I look at it, I see like there's like a number of people, but only a number of people talking. I don't get angry because I do know that there's been some people who, and not only in my chat, but in others, they take a little while to start talking, you know? No, it probably wasn't because I absolutely remember that ministry had a clone. I remember you saying that even I think in Byron's chat ministry, or it could have been Michigan, but I know you said it in Michigan. But I might just be recollecting the Michigan one, but I feel like I've seen you say it in more than one place. And I know you said it in the one where Tiffany, you were attacking Tiffany, and it wasn't even like anything you would say, nothing you would say. I wonder if some of those channels don't do it on purpose. I don't know. Um, but yeah, prudently, um, excuse me, literally saying things about others on things where I would never imagine, ever imagine that she would be that uh, sneaky too. Like the actions that she was talking about of her own were totally contradictory to somebody who doesn't like drama. I mean, seeking out people's personal information, um, being on Vlad's channel, telling people that I need to get psychiatric counseling and mental health counseling and stuff like that. Right, I remember saying that. Well, I'm glad you're talking here tonight, Carrie. No wonder I thought you had changed. Oh, that does. Oh my God! And I thought that was the Willow. Oh my God! Oh my God! Isn't that something, Dominic? I don't know. All I can think of is that somebody kept like that Ace had exchanged an email with somebody, and somebody might have seen it, and they started to email her in Jose's name. And because that comment that I saw on her channel was so random, and it said, Jose Guzman, why do you keep emailing me? And they're really creepy emails. And I'll tell you what, Jose has never, he has my phone number. He has never bugged me. He has never, like, I probably text him more than he texts me. You know? Like, he's never, ever been creepy or, and Ace, she is a very respectable person. So I would find it very hard to believe that, that does explain it. See, and I was thinking about that was the Willow from Bobbles. So, yeah, I didn't know. It breaks my heart about Ace. It breaks my heart that I went live earlier and Lee Thomas was in Bobbles all night, but he didn't come here at all and hasn't been. But I've seen him in other places. And I'm surprised because we met and got pretty close, like, and Ace I haven't argued with in 3 years ever. So for her to just disappear like she has, I can honestly tell you, I hope she is just turned off by me in some way, that she doesn't want to come back, because I certainly wouldn't want it to be that anything happened to her or anything. Lee Thomas, I know that he just doesn't like me anymore. I don't think he hates me, but he doesn't like me anymore. And I feel like that's because those clones, they were everywhere. Sean Mack told me that he saw clones of me in Maddie and Gerald's live stream last night, yesterday afternoon, I guess. And I can't be everywhere, I mean, I can't be everywhere. So she was somewhere. Lulu doesn't even come along anymore. Cheryl the Enforcer Lewis. They dropped me like I was a hot potato. Pink. Pink Sam. Yeah, you were. You know what? I do remember that. Yep, yep, yep. Exactly. That's exactly what was going on in the street with the clone of you. Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that was in Byron too, wasn't it? Or just were you ever in Byron? I don't know. I think there was one in Byron too. But I feel like absolutely in Michigan made. Um, Dominic, I wish to God I knew, because I really don't think I did anything like so drastic that my friends would drop me. So some of them I could honestly believe maybe they weren't really my friends, but I really thought that Lee and A were. I mean, I feel like somebody heard me and A saying that we had never argued and, and that they just had to eh, break it up. And I feel like somebody heard me saying how I felt about Lee. You know, it reminded me of Lee Turner and how we met, and they just had to break it up. And so they had to have like maybe um saw them in another live stream or something. Lee says no, that didn't happen, but I just can't imagine that he can't just if I did something to offend him, I wish he would just tell me. You know, and then there was Rourke that was in Debbie's that time he was modded and was just telling so many disgusting lies. One right after the other, one right after the other. That I called Byron the N word. And then, of course, Miss Tasha makes a video of it. Doesn't, you know, she's like, you know, oh, is this Rourke a clone? And then that's the comment, though, that she's showing. And then says, oh, no, it's not. That's not Rourke. And then the next thing I see is him, and his passion on Jules' channel. And, you know, Prudently's all over Jules now, you know. I got rid of Carrie and everything. I never had a chance in most places. Honestly, I didn't. I still don't. I still don't. I still don't even have a chance in most places. You gotta figure Tom Reed kind of at first, you know, affected my channel where 4 days after he sent me those magnets and had told me to use his name, and I have the text message or the Gmail saying that I bet you are, Dominic. Um, Next, he's telling everybody I was a lunatic. And if anybody showed any support to my channel, he made a public display of kicking them off. So that was right after I got diagnosed. And from that point on, I didn't have much of a chance anywhere. Uh, Especially after with Jules, that after Jules, a month after the Tom thing, or 2 months after, whatever. Yeah, probably a month after. Because I still have the comment where Jules had reached out to me saying, I saw what happened to you on Chosen One's channel, and I'm going to start a channel, and so you can talk to all your old friends. And she modded me. Maybe 3 people would go there, and I'd go sharing out her link all over the place. And then that whole thing with the Munchausens, and that was the first time a clone appeared. And I had never even in my life knew about clones or even entertained the thought that YouTube would allow somebody to use somebody's exact likeness and their name. You would think that they would be like, they could do something. But as it turns out, they were everywhere saying disgusting things, and I didn't have much of a chance. And then I still to this day will see that person in Jersey say, well, I don't talk about anybody here, but I will say I do reach out to people that are new to the community and tell them who's toxic and who they should stay away from. And I get no chance. Oh, I feel my judge. Oh, that's right. That's right. You have your life coming up. I don't think you should do that. So. But you've been saying you're gonna, so I don't know, with Ollie's chat last week or maybe week before, and I reminded him he blocked me. And Carrie was there. She reminded him of the night he blocked us. Oh, yeah, I know. Not to be able to make this fake shit gets annoying. And I found out that I had a clone. Imagine having 11 and 11 clones that you apparently made yourself, plus the 62 sock accounts that I make. How the hell could I be in all those places with a phone? I hope you get your justice, Angie, because um, that's how I felt about Jersey with Jules. And I don't know if you know that people's accounts, their email accounts and everything, have been getting problems now since that petition thing. I saw Spartan Dan mentioning it, and I reached out to him. I don't know if he has reached back to me yet, but I hope that you know, that was, and somebody did sign that petition and a couple of others in my name as well. I know that somebody had tried to say that it was people who were supporters and followers of the Chosen One. I find that hard to believe that a Chosen One supporter would talk about how great Jersey with Jules is in one of the comments that was there. So it absolutely wasn't Chosen One supporters that were there doing that. Yeah. Then they tried to find out where they left a wave of destruction. Trying to fix it. Trying to find out where, and yeah. Yeah, that day in your live stream was very upsetting to me, Angie. Not because of you, but I was just upset. And just answer me this one question, Angie. You did see me say more than once, no drama in Angie's channel, just that here, Jules, right? You did see me say that, right? I'm not asking for you to cause any trouble or pick a side, but you did see me say that, right? I know sometimes it is hard to say what people write, but who, you and Dan? Thank you. Thank you, Angie. Because I kept trying to say that, yeah, that no, I was saying no drama. And they just kept accusing me and accusing me of being the one bringing drama to your channel. And I just was in there just being myself and talking and chatting away. And then I felt like I got tag team. I really felt tag team. Well, the thing is, too, is that person, I knew what was going to happen when I saw that Chosen One victim support being supported on that channel. And that petition that had been stagnant for 2 years because everybody knows about that woman. Did you get a chance to check that channel out that I had sent you the link where she's like doing a cartwheel in the avatar? Did you get a chance to see that? She's not all there. And that and Jules had been reaching out to her on that Chosen One victim support, asking her to call her, And that was 5 months ago. Jules just did a lot in the background of a lot of things. It wasn't that it was hard for me to let it roll off my shoulders. I was saying no drama here, Jules, no drama here. But I felt like I was being tag teamed. I feel like, both Maddie and Gerald could probably, if they clean themselves up, just like Angie, she's going today to prove that she's clean and everything. I feel like they could probably work. And, Gerald could definitely. I wish to watch them too after you say I'm doing. I used to watch them too after you say I'm doing the same thing for years. I don't know if there's typos there, Angie. Or you're saying K. Are you talking to K? Oh, okay. K. That's what you're saying. I've seen that as on here. I felt tag team. I mean, they both breezed in right at the same second. Right at the same moment. Like they were on the phone together or something. I really, really felt tag team. Especially Gerald. What, and this is no offense against Maddie. I think she deserves better. What man is okay to say, yeah, go do this, go do that to get, you know. And if he was clean, like he said he was in the beginning of the relationship, and here's another subject of contention with me with Gerald, is I remember him saying that he killed a kitten, stomped it or something, and also he said he felt bad about this, but I made a comment in their comment section, which was a nice one, and never got any kind of response. But God knows what clones have been saying in there. But this was a while ago. He said he had gone to a Holocaust museum. It was something about something that he regretted. And I mean, yeah, maybe he doesn't have to respond, but I thought it was nice that he had grown up and regretted it, but that he had been to a Holocaust. Okay, Angie, good luck. Good luck, lady. Um, exactly, Dominic. Exactly. Or you'd say, let's both go work at McDonald's. You know what I mean? Anything. Especially now that the minimum wage is higher. Um, but that he had gone to a Holocaust museum, and the Jewish lady was this older Jewish lady giving the tour, and he said to her, what's the difference between a pie and a Jewish person? And, she looked at him and she said, I don't know. And he said, a pie doesn't scream when you put it into the oven. So, yeah, but see, my reasons aren't really about the drug thing. It's more like, I always liked Maddie, but Gerald, I kind of have a little distaste for, you know? I mean, here's the thing. Sorry. And here's the thing. Say that I didn't call somebody the N word, which I didn't, but numerous people will buy into it because they want to and spread it like wildfire, make videos, everything. Here's Gerald saying that at some point in his life, he thought that joke was funny at all. I get it. You got regrets now, you know? But why think that joke is funny at all? Who raised him? How did he hear it? Why? You know? Um, I feel like if I'd ever killed a kitten and told that joke, I don't think I'd ever repeat it. That's how much I'd regret it. Okay. Um, but I did write him a nice comment saying, I think it's nice that he realized that it was regretful, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't even hear anything. In fact, I don't even think that they respond to any comment. I'm making more money from than she probably did. Did she do that a long time ago? And was that her? I thought that was that ginger girl with the very beautiful hair. I liked her. I liked her. You know why I liked her? She opened up um, a gift thing from Tom, and there was $100 in it. She looked like, she teared up a bit, and she walked right into that manager's office, right on camera, walked right into that manager's office and paid her bill. Right into that and paid her bill. And her mother was standing there, and the way this poor girl looked at her mother was like she'd probably been the adult most of her life, even when she was a kid. And she made me think of my daughter, not in a bad way, in a way like she's probably the age that I probably could be her mother. And I thought, she probably wished she had times, People, they don't, I don't think anybody does. People don't realize how fast time flies. It just goes, doesn't it? I mean, gone. I remember when my daughter was graduating from high school and was going to be going off to college. I heard that, but has anybody seen that lately? But I did hear that, and I hope she is too. I hope she's good because I did like that girl. Um, but I'll tell you, no matter where I went, if somebody asked how I was doing, oh my God. If it was like, say my daughter, just going to a dentist appointment or somewhere I'd been going like for years and my daughter was little and now here she is just getting ready to graduate and then she's going to be going. And I couldn't stop crying. I'd cry at the library. I'd cry at the dentist. I'd cry at the check cashing place. I just couldn't stop crying. All right, definitely. Are you going live now, Angie? Because if you are, here, you know what? Ministry, can you drop chatting with Angie's link? I'll mod you after this live stream too. But if you can drop her link. Are you going live now? When is your live coming on, Angie? Definitely will go there to support you. I know this is a big day for you, so I could drop it. I can go look. The ministry's probably looking right now. She's good at that. Definitely, definitely. I can, I don't know about, anybody else here, because Angie's a great person, and we're all great people. So always helps to have great people supporting another great person, right? There you go. I don't know does she say she's going live now, ministry, or because I know it was something to do with 8 o'clock. It was a man from India, I believe. She had beautiful hair. I'm sure she still does. Thank you so much, ministry. Is she going live now? She must have jumped right off. She might have been late. Check it out, ministry. Hey, can you guys give me a minute? I gotta go. I gotta go pee. Chat amongst yourselves, please. So glad to see Kay. So glad to see all of you. Hi, Ben. Looks good in black. What? I don't know what you mean. Hold on. Who's talking in the same person? Oh, my Insomniac. I don't know. I would believe the India person. 10 p.m. I get groggy from that. Smoke weed. That was a trick that Brian did. That would scare the shit out of me. I wouldn't sell my hair to somebody who lives close. Looks good in black. I don't know what that means. Talking in the third person looks good in black. I don't know what that means. Um, hey, love trees, ganja will make you sweet. That's what I said, right? Oh my god, that's so funny. I remember her telling Tom about it before she did it. Yeah, I would be more apt to believe the India one. You never had blue. When did I lose my blue? What are you talking about? I didn't rent you. And I'll tell you why. You want to know why? Ben? Because I almost did tonight. But I'll tell you why I didn't. Want to know why? Because I think men as renters are more aggressive than women. Except for Dominic. Oh God, except for Dominic. I say because I realized, oh shit, wait, you know that Dominic's a girl, right? No, this is because Dominic is very laid back. You, my dear friend, are more like a bodyguard in black. All right, then I'll because in fact the last couple of nights I've really, really been considering it, but I have had so much trouble with the last girl, that I and last night you were like I got I got Marines in my pocket. And then you were talking about the Google Mods folly, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't know what to do, and I get so like paranoid um, about mods because after that whole shit I was going through was awful, and I don't even know if I've been able to resolve it yet. You know, I've been like really stressed out about modding, honestly. And Ace was a good one. And don't be mad at me, Ben. Don't get mad because of that. Because I just have to, like, I don't know, like, stop being so paranoid. But I don't think it's paranoid because I really think that some things did happen with some of my last mods that was strange. Like, that night that Prudently was deleting and blocking everybody in my live stream. um, I don't know if you guys were here, like, for that. And it was Bobbles who said, what is going on in your live stream? She was in the chat. And I said, what do you mean? Because I can't see, when I'm on the phone. I don't see who gets blocked and this and that. And Bobbles said it. I went out and I looked. And man, my entire live stream, everybody who was in it was getting blocked and timed out and deleted. I mean, they were really, it was incredible. And it says who was doing it, was saying prudently, you know. So when I called, called and texted, I didn't call because it's late, texted her, she immediately responded. Thank you, Ben. Thank um is did yeah, anyway, so but now, like at the time I accepted the reason that she gave me was that she fell asleep on her phone. But I'd never ever heard that happening to anybody before. That somebody, like even Baba said, I've never seen that before. And when Prudently said she fell asleep on the phone, I bought that. But after seeing everything that happened, now I'm not really certain that that was like a mistake. You know, it's fucked up. And if you have a good live stream going and people are chatting and talking and stuff, and maybe like some new people, and they start getting blocked and deleted and timed out, people will leave. I didn't know how long that had been going on for, and how many people. I couldn't, I can't even fucking, that to me, I think it had been going on for a good almost half hour. See, that's the kind of shit that freaks me out. Did Ministry leave and did Dominic leave? What's going on? Did Angie go live? Let me look. I'll look. I'm looking. I'll be right there. Hold on. Oh, she is live. So look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share this link right here. I'm actually going to share the live stream. Is she live? It's beautiful. That's live. Right there. Okay. I didn't know if I was the only one that was buffering here. It says live, yeah. Better than that band. Speaking in third person. I know. What the fuck? Are you high? You're so funny, Ben. Isn't that funny? Sometimes I'll take like fucking attendance, take roll call. Dominic Seifert, here. Ministry of Truth, here. Kay, here. Ben, here. I got, for that 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 more people. I need to know your names so I can do roll call. It does say live, but isn't it buffering? I'm so glad that Kay finally came back. Well, actually, I wasn't live when when you disappeared from view. I wasn't live at all. This is like kind of new, but not really. Ministry, I realized that I had forgotten to tell you about what happened with the kitten. when I got Lulu was beer run. Fucking 8:20. Um, you should have your beer already so you don't have to go out so early. Hear that? But that's Angie. Holy crap, that freaked me the fuck right out. Oh my god, that freaked me out. Oh my god. Is that Jack? Hey. Is that Jax? Really? Hello. Seen you in so long. You want to come up and talk? You know, I missed you guys live the other day. I'm so sorry. Are you still on that channel? I think so, right? And I don't want to be wrong if I don't want to be wrong if I'm wrong. Paranormal underwear. Oh, underworld underwear. If you did have paranormal underwear, they would be invisible, like ghosts. It would be not worth it to wear them. Anyhow, Lulu had this little. Well, when I walked into the garage to pick what kitten I wanted, Lulu came like she just like walked right past her mother and walked right over to me. Like, okay, bye bye, mom. This is my new mother. So I of course that was it. I picked her, and she had this little bum foot. So after that ministry, because ministry knows what I was talking about. This was like the first story I was talking about way long ago, almost 5 hours ago. She had a little bum foot, and just kind of like it just kind of turns out just a little bit, and um, Tucker stopped doing the wipeout with the big leaps that he was doing. Like maybe he didn't want her to imitate him, and her being so little, maybe he was worried that she would hurt herself or something, and that he never ever ever has done it again with the big leap. Like fucking, that's so weird. But Lulu does fetch. How are you doing, paranormal underwear? I would say PU, but I don't want to say that either. Can I just call you Jack? It's so easier than PU or paranormal underworld. 'Cause I know I'm going to say underwear. I can't help it. Come on, Jack. Come on. Tell us a ghost story. Please. Please. He has a good channel. Um, Paranormal Underworld. And you're still with Vale, right? You still here? Come on. Tommy Highway stopped in tonight too. Tim, I'm trying to get him to come and tell us stories about UFOs. That would be awesome. And I mean, I could even start telling the same stories that I was telling before that I had all the notes on. Those freaking shootings, the officer involved shootings, and it's not always like the perp being killed. It's how do you like that? I use the word perp. I don't mean really perpetrator being killed. Sometimes it's the cop, or it's suicide by cop, which that must really fuck somebody up. You know, like you don't want to ever kill somebody, but you do. this one was, there was just some that were just so disturbing. In fact, even tonight I got this comment. I never did the story. I couldn't do it because it was so. Uh, it just I couldn't get the sound of his daughter. Yeah, no, Dad, no, Dad, Dad, Dad. Outside of this middle school in Portland, Oregon, and they shot the guy, Charles Mandero, and the comments were so disgusting that I just couldn't comprehend that people would write stuff like that, knowing that that had occurred right in front of his daughter. And I'm sorry, he was not a big guy, and that cop, both those cops, looked at least a foot taller than him, and they bum rushed him in front of his daughter. They emasculated him. He was walking towards the door. The school called him to pick up his daughter, and he's walking towards the door. They just didn't like him because, like 5 days before something had happened, not with him, but he was an activist and he was kind of upset about it. And if any of those people that were leaving those nasty comments, that I can't imagine if I was his daughter had met those, I would just be like, oh my God. But they, if any of those people had bothered to do their research, they would have easily seen that he appeared to be a thorn in the cop's side. So, you know, they there was no need for that. They had him subdued. No need for that. One cop had him pinned on the ground, and the other one comes up and right in front of the guy's daughter, who's like 13 or in middle school, right in the front walkway of the middle school, they shoot him right in the head. And it made me sick. I swear to God, I was physically, not saying it made me sick because it made me physically sick watching all of that body cam footage and watching, and reading all the court documents and everything. It made me sick. And I never made the video. I stopped doing them after that. I couldn't do them anymore. Um, so let me just take a look at Angie's live, see if she's stopped buffering, and then we'll go over and support her. That's no connection. I don't know. Is it me or oh, it's over already, right? She's already over. Hmm. Is it? Oh wow, already over. That's hot. Hmm. Well, I think I'm gonna lay down for a little while. um, Ministry, you've been awesome. You held on all night. You've been here from like the start, 5 hours, and right now 14 minutes. Thank you so much, Ministry. Because I would have just stopped if it wasn't for you, but I think it turned into a pretty nice time, if I must say so myself. With only like, 60 unended stories that I started to tell you. Because I always go, oh, I forgot what I was saying. I forgot what I was saying. Night K, it was absolutely awesome to have you here tonight. And please, please come back more. If people aren't subscribed and you liked what you saw, then subscribe. And if you are subscribed, then please come back. And I wish we could have gotten my friend Paranormal to tell us some ghost stories, but I have to actually get over their channel more often. I always feel like I don't know if they're still together or not, and I want to say like, "Oh, hey, how are you with it?" But then I'm like, "Oh, what if something happens?" So I gotta get over there and check it out. Have a good sleep, SC. You're gonna need to sleep because you've been up late. What time did you go to bed last night, Dominic? I know you were on here for a little while on my first one. So you either don't sleep much or you didn't sleep last night. Ha ha ha. Poor Dominic. I know he gets up early and he has to go to work and ship, but he's a good friend and he sticks by, and he knows lately I've been without mods and without people. I know, but he stuck by me through it, and he's a good person, a good friend. I always has been, and I appreciate that. So if anybody ever something happens, just like with Kay and Ministry, how they sorted out that clone thing, always remember that it could be a clone, and they just don't like it when people get along. So ask each other if it's somebody else. Ask me if it's me. Just please, please, just ask me. Don't ever think something in comments, like underneath maybe if you make a comment somewhere and then all of a sudden there's this survivor girl there saying something. Don't just buy into it that it's me. Okay? Just ask me, please. 12ish got up at 6. Ooh. They must not party long. 12ish. If anybody wants to check out Angie's live, I think I'll stop in because I know she's doing something important to herself and to other people, but to herself most of all. So I'm sure she's doing it for herself more than others. So we dropped the link for Angie's, and we did right somewhere up here. Let me try it again. Unless Ministry still has it in her XX and say to the clone, go get fucked. Here comes XX now at the end. What the hell? Oh, you know what? Ministry, you have a dog. Anybody who has a dog, you guys should listen to my reading of The Art of Racing in the Rain. I think it's good, and it will never make you never think of your dog the same again, We were just gonna go show chatting with Angie's support, but XX goes in and out, in and out, in and out. Vlad play his daily "You're gonna be dead soon" video. Get over it, you're gonna be dead soon video. Uh, he doesn't say that they're them, but I feel like every positive or whatever prophetic video that he listens to doesn't have to be about "you're gonna die soon." I know, but it sure as hell seems like a lot of them are accepted that everybody hates you, and then another one is if you never wake up again tomorrow, you know. And then somebody will go, "Oh, I know somebody who could really use watching this video." I think it's like a passive aggressive thing because he's had a channel a long, long time, and I don't think I've ever seen him do that. that just started like after I became enemy number one. At the end of them, it's more uplifting. Ben, hey, I'm back. Are you talking? That's what you mean by talking in the third person? So everything you say today is in the third person? Ben, you're fucking funny. Ben is fucking funny. Talking to him. He's talking to himself and feeling down. Oh, she's partying in her car. She's supposed to be going for a drug test. Next thing, she's in a bar. Angie didn't pass her test. All hammered and shit, talking in third person. All right, everybody. You dropped the link again. Yes, she did. Oh, what's coming up? Oh, it's Ben. Ben, I'm just about to leave. Ben, I was just about to go to Angie's.
You going to Angie's? Do I know Angie? Will you drop a link to Angie?
Yeah, XX. Ben, nice
XX.
guy, and Ben who drinks. Did you see what XX wrote? Ministry, drop that link again for Ben.
If it's any consolation to any of you, apparently my beer is good enough for a cat to. So, I ain't
Your
buying no
beard or your beer?
piss beer. No, no, no. It's a wheat ale. Get me
What?
some
Did
good
you say
good beer.
your cat?
Mhm.
Did you say your cat?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh no! What are you doing? Don't tell me you're getting the cat drunk.
Why? Oh, we're going. We're going. Simba. Hey, what's on ya? Did we lose? Did we? Hey, is it the Ben Show? It's the Ben Show. Ba, 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 ba. So how's everybody doing? That'd be my numero uno concern. The world has turned into the Twilight Zone, but we can turn it back. Just go back to normal, everybody. Just go back to whatever your normal is, and then start from there. It's going to be chaotic. The world is crazy, and then just keep your calm, maneuver, see what you can do. See what you can do. Hello. I think I can't hear you yet.
Hello?
Yep, barely.
Hi. Alright, I'm sorry. I did kick myself out and I didn't even know. I didn't even know I kicked myself out, Ben. So you see that link that Ministry just dropped.
All right, I'll go over.
Chatting with Angie. That's what it is. Chatting with Angie. Click the link because once I end the thing, then you won't be able to see the live right away.
All right, boot me out of here so I can click it.
Okay.
Get me
All
out.
right.
Get me out of here.
All right. I got you. Plus, now I'm starting to get those nasty ass messages in here. So, that's like that. Yeah. So, anyway, I'll see you guys over at Angie's. Peace, love, and tacos. I love you guys. Bye.